Chapter 838. On the street not far from the entrance of the sword arena, two groups of people were having a conflict. There were only two people on one side, a man and a woman in purple. The man was Tang Qianlang, and the woman was his sister, Tang Chenxi. "Li Bing, don't go overboard," Tang Qianlang said coldly as he stood in front of his sister. "Tang Qianlang, my patience is limited. Let your sister follow me, and I won't trouble you in the future," Li Bing said with a sinister smile. There were many martial artists behind Li Bing. Li Bing wasn't very strong, but the martial artists he brought with him were at LV3 true martial realm. These martial artists followed Li Bing because they wanted to get close to his brother, Li Yuntian. Seeing that Li Bing was in trouble, they naturally wanted to help. Tang Qianlang didn't dare to act rashly because of the LV3 true martial realm martial artists behind Li Bing. "In your dreams," Tang Qianlang replied coldly without any hesitation. "Tang Qianlang, don't be ungrateful," Li Bing said sinisterly. Everyone in Golden Sword City knew that Li Bing was pursuing Tang Chenxi. However, Tang Chenxi dared to ignore his pursuit, which made Li Bing furious. Moreover, Tang Qianlang had interfered, causing Li Bing to miss several opportunities. This time, Li Bing wouldn't give Tang Qianlang any more chances. He wasn't afraid of anyone in Golden Sword City. "Tang Qianlang, if you don't agree to my request today, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of Golden Sword City," Li Bing said in a low voice. Hearing Tang Qianlang's words, the LV3 true martial realm martial artists behind him stepped forward and surrounded Tang Qianlang in a triangular formation. "If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, Tang Qianlang, would rather die than let my sister be humiliated," Tang Qianlang roared with bloodshot eyes. Tang Chenxi, the woman in purple behind Tang Qianlang, had tears in her eyes. She hated herself. If it weren't for her, her brother wouldn't have been targeted by Li Bing. "Li Bing, this is Golden Sword City. Don't mess around," Tang Chenxi said softly. "Mph, so what if it's Golden Sword City? I'll get the woman I want," Li Bing said with a sneer. His big brother, Li Yuntian, had a great reputation in Gold Sword City. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to make a move against him. As Li Bing spoke, he reached out to hold Tang Chenxi's fair hand, but was stopped by Tang Qianlang. "Tang Qianlang, if you want to die, don't blame me for being ruthless." Li Bing was a little unhappy as he said coldly. In the next moment, 3 LV3 true martial realm martial artists surrounded Tang Qianlang. Boomei wild aura instantly filled the air. If it was a one-on-one fight, Tang Qianlang would not be afraid of them. However, with the three of them working together, Tang Qianlang was no match for them. Bang bang bang, the three people joined hands and instantly suppressed Tang Qianlang. In the blink of an eye, wounds appeared on Tang Qianlang's body. "Brother Wolf." The purple-clothed woman, Tang Chenxi, shouted with tears all over her face. "Do the martialists of Golden Sword City like to bully others with numbers?" Just as the purple-robed woman, Tang Chenxi, was getting anxious, a voice suddenly rang out. Li Bing did not care about the sudden appearance of this martial artist. However, in the next moment, a stormy sea of emotions surged in his heart. The 3 LV3 true martial realm martial artists who were engaged in a fierce battle were suddenly pushed back by a wave of qi. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was wearing a mask, walked in front of Tang Qianlang. "Boy, are you meddling in other people's business?" Li Bing asked coldly. "Brother, I appreciate your kindness, but you'd better leave. This man is ruthless and has a big brother who is famous in Gold Sword City. Don't get involved." Tang Qianlang did not want to involve Fang Chen. "It's too late," Li Bing said in a low voice. The 3 martial artists at LV3 of the true martial realm subconsciously blocked Fang Chen. "Boy, in Gold Sword City, no one dares to mess with me," Li Bing sneered. "Li Bing doesn't know him." Fang Chen shook his head. "You're courting death." Fang Chen's disrespectful attitude infuriated Li Bing. He immediately waved his hand and the 3 LV3 true martial realm martial artists attacked Fang Chen fiercely. Bang! A crisp sound could be heard, and the 3 figures were instantly sent flying. The 3 people who fell on the ground looked at Fang Chen with fear in their eyes. How is this possible? Even Li Bing's face was filled with fear. This person's strength was too strong. He defeated 3 people with a casual attack. "You 3 pieces of trash!" Li Bing shouted angrily. "Young Master Li, this person is too strong. We are no match for him." One of them said in a low voice. "Boy, who are you?" Li Bing asked in a low voice as he saw Fang Chen walking towards him. He felt a little guilty. "Gujian." Fang Chen said his alias in the sword arena. "Buzz." Hearing the 2 words Gujian, Li Bing trembled. His legs gave way and he fell to the ground. The 3 LV3 true martial realm martial artists who besieged Fang Chen were scared out of their wits. Gujian. At this moment, Tang Chenxi and Tang Tianlang were the most shocked. They had naturally heard of Gujian. However, they did not understand why the mysterious Gujian would help them. "Why? Weren't you very arrogant just now?" Fang Chen looked at Li Bing and laughed. "Young Master Ji Yu, I failed to recognize you and offended you. Please let me go." Li Bing's body trembled as he begged for mercy. "You bully the weak and fear the strong." Fang Chen sneered when he heard this. "Young Master Ji Yu, my elder brother is Li Yuntian. Please let me go this time for my elder brother's sake. I won't dare to do it again." Li Bing continued. Tang Tianlang and Tang Chenxi stood motionless at the side and watched this scene quietly. The 2 of them felt helpless. This was how the world worked. The strong were respected. If they were weak, they would be bullied by Li Bing. If Gujian was strong, Li Bing would be begging for mercy. Strength was the most important thing. Li Bing, Fatty Li, who had just come out of the sword arena, was very happy with his face flushed. During this time, he often lingered in the sword arena. Today, he had just fought with He Shuolin and was about to leave. At this moment, Fatty Li saw his younger brother. "What's going on?" Fatty Li's face changed slightly. His figure flashed and appeared in front of everyone. Li Bing saw his elder brother and hurriedly ran behind him. He cried, "Elder brother, please help me. What's going on?" Fatty Li was a little puzzled. He looked at Li Bing and asked. Li Bing's frightened eyes looked at Fang Chen. Following Li Bing's gaze, Fatty Li finally found Fang Chen. "Brother Gujian." Fatty Li called out with a big smile. "So it's brother Li." Fang Chen cupped his hands. "What's going on?" Fatty Li greeted Fang Chen and then asked his younger brother sternly. "Elder brother." Li Bing explained the ins and outs of the matter in detail to Li Yuntian. After the latter heard it, he directly slapped Li Bing. "Instead of cultivating properly, you use my name every day to show off in Golden Sword City." Fatty Li shouted sternly. Fang Chen stood still and watched this scene with a smile. "Apologize to these 2. Fatty Li said solemnly. "I'm sorry." Li Bing apologized to Tang Tianlang and Tang Chenxi. After Li Bing finished apologizing, Fatty Li looked at Fang Chen again and asked, "Brother Gujian, it's my fault for not teaching my younger brother properly. Why don't you let me go back and teach him a lesson?" "As you wish." Fang Chen spread out his hands and said. "Thank you, brother Ji Yu." Fatty Li pulled Li Bing's ear and left. The purple-clothed woman, Tang Chenxi, looked at Ji Yu Jian curiously. Tang Tianlang cupped his hands towards Ji Yu Jian and said, "Thank you, brother Ji Yu Jian, for your help." Fate. After Fang Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left. For Fang Chen, this matter was insignificant. However, he definitely didn't know that he was refined into a blood puppet by the blood refining king. If it wasn't for Tang Tianlang, he probably wouldn't know that standing here was still a problem. Fang Chen returned to the refining pavilion. He had already decided to join the sword arena, so he had to resign from the refining pavilion. At a certain point in time, Fang Chen found Deacon Li and told him of his wishes. "What? You want to leave the refining pavilion?" Deacon Li asked in surprise. "During this period of time, thank you for taking care of me, Deacon Li. My ambition is not here, so." He didn't finish his words, but Deacon Li's face was full of reluctance. Fang Chen's talent in refining had received the full attention of the refining pavilion. The refining pavilion was preparing to train Fang Chen with all their strength, but they didn't expect that Fang Chen would actually leave. Your talent in refining is very high. As long as you stay in the refining pavilion, we will definitely do our best to train you, said Deacon Li. Fang Chen shook his head. Deacon Li, I've already made up my mind. After trying to persuade him to stay, Fang Chen still didn't change his mind. That made Deacon Li very helpless. When Steward Wang learned of this matter, he also sighed. They had finally found a good seedling, but who would have thought that he would leave after such a short period of time? However, the refining pavilion wasn't a place where he could come and go as he pleased. During this period of time, my refining pavilion has invested quite a bit in him. If you want to leave, you have to return all those resources, said Steward Wang coldly. Steward Wang, that's not good. Others will gossip. Deacon Li was in a difficult position. "PH, who dares to criticize my refining pavilion?" said Steward Wang coldly. Deacon Li had no choice but to carry out his orders. When Fang Chen learned that the refining pavilion wanted him to return all the resources he had used, he was immediately enraged. Fang Chen immediately contacted Elder Xian at the sword battle arena. He told Elder Xian what had happened, and Elder Xian told Fang Chen to wait for him in the refining pavilion. "Brat, that Steward Wang is very vengeful. Now that you've offended him, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in Golden Sword City anymore," said Wang Jiao worriedly. "What's the background of this Steward Wang?" asked Fang Chen. "I heard that he has a very powerful background, and he looks down on everyone in Golden Sword City," said Wang Jiao. Chapter 839. On the third floor of the weapon refining pavilion, in a pavilion, Manager Wang was thinking about how to secretly control Fang Chen. "Attendant Li, how is that kid?" asked Manager Wang. "Manager Wang, that kid is temporarily unable to leave the crafting pavilion, but this method." Attendant Li hesitated. "Shut up," Manager Wang said coldly. At this moment, a shocking aura enveloped the crafting pavilion. "Which expert has come to my crafting pavilion?" Manager Wang sensed this aura and asked. His voice contained a vast amount of spiritual qi. Crash. A ripple appeared in space and Elder Xian appeared. "Elder Xian, why have you come here?" Even though Manager Wang had a powerful background and looked down on everyone, he still hastily stood up and greeted Elder Xian. "Manager Wang, someone from my sword arena is trapped here. What do you mean by not letting him go?" Elder Xian's expression was displeased. "Elder Xian, there is no one from your sword arena in my crafting pavilion." Manager Wang laughed mischievously. "Old Wang, I won't waste words with you. That Fang Chen is from my sword arena. I came here today to take him away. Do you have any objections?" Elder Xian's attitude was forceful. This, Manager Wang was startled and a bit flabbergasted. A small craftsman had actually alarmed Elder Xian of the sword arena. Could it be that this craftsman has a powerful background? Chief Steward Wang pondered in his heart. Deacon Li, who was at the side, was also a little shocked. "Elder Xian, I didn't know beforehand that this kid was from your sword arena." Otherwise, Manager Wang was interrupted by Elder Xian before he could finish speaking. "All right, I won't waste words with you. I'm taking him away. If you have any complaints about my sword arena, come find me." With that, Elder Xian left the third floor of the pavilion. On the first floor, Fang Chen was chatting with Wang Jiao. Suddenly, Elder Xian's voice appeared in his mind. Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he said to Wang Jiao, "Wang Jiao, I'll be leaving first. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future. Don't act rashly. If you leave without permission, Manager Wang will definitely not let you off." Wang Jiao hurriedly stopped him, afraid that Fang Chen would do something impulsive. "Don't worry, Manager Wang won't stop me." Fang Chen patted Wang Gao's shoulder and left. To Wang Gao's surprise, no one came out to stop Fang Chen. Wang Gaocha cried out involuntarily as he watched Fang Chen leave. After leaving the blacksmith pavilion, Zhong Xian arrived at the sword dueling ground. "Thank you for your help, Elder Xian." Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked Elder Xian. "Brat, why are you being so polite with me?" Elder Xian glared at Fang Chen. Elder Xian took out 10,000 purple crystals and handed them to Fang Chen. He said, "I'll give you some purple crystals in advance." you can cultivate in the sword arena in the future. Elder Xian, when will I be able to cultivate the ancient golden indestructible sword that you mentioned the other day? Fang Chen was also very curious about the ancient golden indestructible sword. Even Luo Bairen and Wu Li hadn't cultivated the ancient golden indestructible sword to the transformation realm. Just what was so special about it? Brat, you're too impatient. Elder Xian grinned. The ancient golden indestructible sword is inside the ancient golden bell. And that bell only opens once a year. There's still 3 months until the next time it opens. Fang Chen nodded when he heard that. 3 months was not too far away. After joining the sword arena, Fang Chen had been cultivating almost every day. Now that he had cultivated all 5 sword arts to the transformation realm, Fang Chen began to cultivate the 5 elemental sword. If he wanted to successfully cultivate the 5 elemental sword, he had to fuse the 5 intents together. If it was someone else, it would be very difficult. But for Fang Chen, it was a lot easier. After all, he could even comprehend the true meaning of the void. A mere fusion of intents was nothing. After joining the sword arena for a month, Fang Chen finally fused the 5 intents together. Next, he began to cultivate the 5 elemental sword. Of course, besides cultivating, Fang Chen also needed to help the sword arena challenge some of the arena champions who had a winning streak. Fang Chen appeared in the sword arena as Jiyu Jian. His reputation became more and more famous. One day, Jiyu Jian appeared again, causing a commotion in the sword arena. In a certain arena, Fang Chen stood quietly. Opposite him stood a martial artist in the early stage of LV5 true martial realm. "You're Jiyu Jian?" the black-robed man asked in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I'm Jiyu Jian." The black-robed man had already won 9 matches in a row. The sword arena didn't want him to win 10 matches in a row. They wanted to send a LV5 true martial realm martial artist to fight him. However, Fang Chen found Elder Xian and volunteered. He had also made some progress in his cultivation of the 5 elements sword art. He wanted to test his strength and see how strong he was. At this time, in a pavilion, Fatty Li and the others gathered and watched the arena. "Jiyu Jian is really a monster. He dares to challenge Yong'an," Fatty Li said. Yong'an is the disciple of the blood-refining king. He has been in seclusion. This time, he broke through to LV5 true martial realm. "Jiyu Jian is too reckless," He Xuelin said in a low voice. "This boy has the spatial true meaning. As long as he doesn't meet a martial artist with abnormal strength, he can easily deal with him," Luo Bairen said. Beside him, Wu Li also nodded heavily. Although he hadn't fought with Jiyu Jian, he felt that Jiyu Jian was abnormal. "Do you dare to bet?" Luo Bairen suddenly grinned and said. "What kind of bet?" Fatty Li asked. "I bet that Jiyu Jian will win." "If I win, give me back my clown," Luo Bairen said. "Luo Bairen, you'll definitely lose this time." Fatty Li immediately agreed to bet with Luo Bairen. In the arena, Yong'an narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. "Why do I feel Master's aura on you?" Yong'an's pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't understand what Yong'an meant. "LV4 true martial realm, you dare to challenge me? You're dead," Yong'an said. "I will personally defeat you and refine you into my blood puppet." Yong'an had the same hobby as the blood-refining king. He liked to refine blood puppets. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability," Fang Chen sneered. This Yong'an was arrogant. "Then let's fight." Yong'an didn't say anything else. He clenched his fists, gathered all his strength, and punched out. Rumble. Fang Chen activated his sword true meaning and used the 5 elemental sword art. In an instant, 5 sword lights appeared in the sky. 5 different intents filled the air. In the pavilion, Fatty Li and the others were shocked when they saw Fang Chen's sword art. The fusion of 5 intents. "This sword art is exquisite," Luo Bairen said. "This guy's talent in sword principle is not weak," Wu Li said. After observing Fang Chen's battle, they had to admit that Fang Chen had great potential. In the arena, Yong'an's fist fiercely bombarded Fang Chen's 5 sword lights. Crack! Instantly, 3 sword lights were shattered. The remaining 2 streaks of sword light blocked Yong'an's attack. Boom! Yong'an increased the strength of his fist and punched out again. Instantly, the last 2 sword lights shattered into pieces. At this moment, Yong'an's LV5 true martial realm aura burst out. A vast amount of energy filled the entire arena. Is this LV5 true martial realm? When Fang Chen saw this, he smiled faintly and muttered to himself. LV5 true martial realm is just SOSO. This was what Fang Chen thought. He activated the true meaning of the void and then used the 5-element sword technique. Whoosh! In the sky, the 5 sword lights reflected each other. In the crowd's shock, the 5 sword lights pierced toward Yong'an directly. At the same time, Fang Chen used the void destruction cut. The hidden star sword in his hand pierced toward Yong'an with terrifying power. Bang! Seeing this, Yong'an finally took out his long sword and used the ancient golden invincible swordsmanship. Your ancient golden invincible swordsmanship is not as good as He Xuelin's. Fang Chen sneered when he saw that. Then, with a destructive force, he shattered Yong'an's sword lights. The 5 sword lights in the sky merged into one and pierced toward Yong'an Pucci. Yong'an's body retreated rapidly. His body was battered and exhausted as he landed outside the arena. You lost. Fang Chen glanced at Yong'an and turned to leave. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chen did not take Yong'an seriously. Crash! The sword arena was in an uproar again. Jiyu Jian's strength shocked everyone. He easily defeated Yong'an at LV4 genuine martial realm. How is this possible? Yong'an was shocked. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He snorted and turned to leave. In the pavilion, Fatty Li was stunned. After a long time, Fatty Li said slowly, "This Jiyu Jian is too amazing. Give it to me." Luo Bairen stretched out his hand and said directly. Fatty Li reluctantly handed the clown, who had not been with him for a long time, to Luo Bairen. The clown was very excited when he returned to Luo Bairen's hand. "Idiot," Wu Li said in a low voice. Fatty Li wanted to cry but had no tears. Because of Jiyu Jian, he gained a lot, but also because of Jiyu Jian, he lost the clown. Who the hell is this Jiyu Jian? Fatty Li asked. This person has already joined the sword arena. Don't ask about him. Wu Li said. Fang Chen did not know that Luo Bairen and others had been watching him. They even regarded Fang Chen as a genius on the same level as them. Remember to call Jiyu Jian at the next genius gathering. He Xuelin smiled. Sword arena, Elder Xian's courtyard. I was right about you. Elder Xian looked at Fang Chen and smiled. Elder Xian, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Fang Chen said. What sword technique did you use just now? Elder Xian suddenly asked. 5 elements sword technique. Fang Chen did not hide and said directly. As expected. Elder Xian's hand trembled and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. Where did you get your 5 elements sword technique? Elder Xian asked urgently. Seeing Elder Xian so excited, Fang Chen was a little surprised and immediately said, I got it in the ancient sword continent. Chapter 840. Elder Xian also knows about the 5 Elements Academy, asked Fang Chen. After hearing Fang Chen's words, Elder Xian sat back down and revealed a complicated look on his face. It's been so many years. I didn't think the 5 Elements sword would still exist, muttered Elder Xian. Elder Xian, you seem to know a lot about the 5 Elements Academy, said Fang Chen. Do you know who founded the 5 Elements Academy? Elder Xian looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head. Elder Xian continued, the reason I know about the 5 Elements Academy is because the founder of the 5 Elements Academy is from the Sword Burial Prefecture. What Sword Burial Prefecture's people? Fang Chen's heart trembled. Elder Xian, what's going on? This matter was too shocking. He hadn't expected the founder of the 5 Elements Academy to come from the Sword Burial Prefecture. You'll know when you meet people from the 5 Elements City when you have the time. Elder Xian waved his hand. He didn't want to say anything more. Elder Xian closed his eyes after he finished speaking. Seeing this, Fang Chen could only retreat. 5 Elements City. Could it be that the five-element sword is related to five-element city? Fang Chen guessed. In the second month after Fang Chen entered the sword battle arena, Fatty Li came to find Fang Chen. Brother Gujian, today is the day all the geniuses gather. I've come to invite you, said Fatty Li. It just so happened that Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He could use this opportunity to relax. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Li. Fang Chen followed Fatty Li to the Golden Sword restaurant and went up to the highest floor. There were over 20 young cultivators here, led by Luo Bairen and Wu Li. Brother Gujian. Everyone greeted Fang Chen when they saw him. Gujian had obtained their approval for defeating Yong'an. At this moment, in a corner, Yong'an was glaring at Fang Chen with killing intent. Everyone. Fang Chen cupped his hands and greeted everyone. When geniuses gathered together, it was nothing more than an exchange of experiences. Fang Chen listened quietly. Luo Bairen and the others were natives of the Sword Burial Prefecture, so they were very familiar with the rules there, which made it easy for them to cultivate. As for Fang Chen, he was an outsider after all. He needed to slowly assimilate. Luo Bairen, how's your ancient golden indestructible sword art? Fatty Li asked curiously during the banquet. Hearing this, everyone's eyes focused on Luo Bairen. Subtlety, Luo Bairen said. Everyone was stunned. As expected of Luo Bairen. Within Golden Sword City, Luo Bairen's ancient golden indestructible sword technique was probably the highest. It's just the refinement realm. What's there to be proud of? At this moment, Wu Li sneered and said disdainfully. Seeing Wu Li and Luo Bairen bickering, Fang Chen also faintly smiled. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. Luo Bairen and Wu Li's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the true martial realm, and they had cultivated the ancient golden indestructible sword art to the refinement realm. He had learned from Elder Xian that only those who had cultivated the city's ultimate technique to the transformation realm could enter the sword burial pond. Even Luo Bairen, who was in the 6th level of the true martial realm, wasn't qualified to enter. He wondered what kind of monstrous geniuses were in the sword burial city. Everyone was already used to Luo Bairen and Wu Li's bickering. Fatty Li also didn't stop them, allowing them to bicker. Fatty Li turned to Fang Chen and smiled. Brother Gujian, you're too low-key. If I'm not strong, I can only keep a low profile. Fang Chen smiled. Brother Gujian, your strength is second only to Luo Bairen and Wu Li. If you're not strong, then what should we do? In the past few months, Fang Chen's strength had greatly increased. Fatty Li was ashamed of his inferiority. In response, Fang Chen just smiled mischievously. His true martial tribulation was a 12th level tribulation. His cultivation path couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Brother Gujian, are you from one of the 3 continents outside the Sword Burial Prefecture? Asked Fatty Li. Although Fang Chen's background was very mysterious, it was still known that he came from one of the 3 continents. However, no one said anything about that. In the past, the Sword Burial Prefecture also had some martial artists from the 3 continents. The first thing they did after arriving was to find a power to join and then slowly temper themselves. For Gujian to be able to join the sword battle arena also showed that his strength was extraordinary. What a pity. If Brother Gujian had come a few months earlier, you might have been able to see the shocking scene from half a year ago. Fatty Li looked outside Golden Sword City and suddenly thought of the scene from half a year ago. Oh, Brother Li, can you tell me more about it? Asked Fang Chen. About half a year ago, we were gathered here when a terrifying ray of light shot over from the distance. Seeing that, we all flew out of the city. A huge cauldron appeared in the wasteland, and there was a martial artist inside, said Fatty Li. Fang Chen had always been wearing a mask. Furthermore, after going through the 12th level tribulation, his temperament had completely changed. Fatty Li had no way of knowing that the person he was talking about was right in front of him. What did that cauldron look like? When Fang Chen heard this, his heart trembled as he asked anxiously. 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron. We guessed that it was some supreme expert reviving. But what a pity. Fatty Li sighed. What's a pity? Asked Fang Chen. After Fang Chen had revived, His memories had stopped at him being killed in the Devil Cloud Lian prefecture. He had no memories of what had happened after that. But now, from what Fatty Lee was saying, that cauldron and that martial artist were definitely him. As expected, it was the cauldron that brought me to the sword burial prefecture, thought Fang Chen. The blood-refining king suddenly appeared and took away that supreme expert's corpse. He said he wanted to refine it into a blood puppet, said Fatty Lee. After listening to Fatty Lee, Fang Chen finally understood how he had come to the sword burial prefecture. I was refined into a puppet by the blood-refining king. Fang Chen was very puzzled. Since he had been refined into a puppet by the blood-refining king, then how had he revived in that canyon? There was a gap in his memories. He could have been revived, but now he's probably placed in the blood puppet building, waiting for someone rich to buy him, said Fatty Lee. Fang Chen carefully analyzed. I was refined into a blood puppet by the blood-refining king. Someone should have bought me and then sent me to the canyon. That had to be the case. But just who had bought him? That person had unknowingly saved Fang Chen's life. However, at the same time, Fang Chen also secretly remembered the blood-refining king. He actually refined me into a blood puppet, muttered Fang Chen. Unknowingly, an entire afternoon had passed. The gathering of geniuses was gradually coming to an end. Fang Chen had gained a lot in the afternoon. He had obtained many people's cultivation experiences, and he had resolved many of his own doubts. In the end, Luo Bairen was the first to speak. This gathering of geniuses ends here. Luo Bairen looked at Fang Chen and said, Brother Gujian, the ancient golden bell will open in a month. I presume you'll be there. Brother Gujian must have come for the ancient golden inextinguishable sword. How could you miss such an opportunity? Asked Wu Li. Fang Chen nodded. Correct. I'm also interested in the ancient golden inextinguishable sword. Brother Gujian, with your potential, you'll definitely be able to obtain it, said Fatty Lee. Ha ha ha, everyone, this gathering ends here. Let's all work hard to get to Sword Burial City as soon as possible. Luo Bairen vanished. It had already been over half a year since he had arrived in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Fang Chen's strength had increased across the board. Perhaps even the Devil Cloud Prefecture hadn't expected that not only had he not died, but he had even gone through 12 tribulations to become a true martial expert. After going through 12 tribulations, Fang Chen was even more confident in his ability to break through to the profound king realm. I once secretly asked around. If a profound king wants to refine a mortal world, it'll take them at least a few hundred years. And if you're not a native, you'll be rejected by the world core for even longer, thought Fang Chen. That gave him several hundred years. That was enough time for him to break through. Just wait. There will be a day when I return to the ancient sword continent and take back everything that originally belonged to me. I'll also take revenge for my wife. After the gathering ended, Fang Chen began to carefully study the cultivation experiences of Luo Bairen and the others. After studying them, his comprehension of the sword Dao grew even deeper. Fang Chen could sense that the golden heart was invisibly changing him. Inside the sword battle arena, other than occasionally making a move a few times, they were practically cultivating. After a month, Fang Chen's 5 Elements sword art had reached the Great Circle. If the higher-ups of the 5 Elements Academy knew of this, they would definitely be shocked. However, Fang Chen was very strict with himself. He had to obtain the recognition of the Zong Sword Emperor in the shortest time possible to revive his wife, Star and Moon. If the interval was too long, the souls of Star and Moon would completely leave the ancient sword continent and enter the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. At that time, even the Zong Sword Emperor might not be able to revive them. There wasn't much time left for Fang Chen. Fang Chen needed to work hard. One day, within Golden Sword City, the deafening sound of a bell reverberated through the sky. After the bell rang, the Golden Sword City was bustling with noise and excitement. All the martial artists hurried to the place where the ancient golden bell was located, wanting to witness the grand opening of the ancient golden bell. The ancient golden bell had accompanied the Golden Sword City since ancient times. The ancient golden bell contained the ancient golden immortal sword art. The powerful younger generation could enter the ancient golden bell to seek opportunities. In the sword arena, Fang Chen slowly stood up, his face filled with excitement. Is the ancient golden bell about to open? After waiting for such a long time, the ancient golden bell had finally opened. After obtaining the ancient golden immortal sword art, he would be one step closer to his goal of the Zongsword City. This time, I must obtain the ancient golden immortal sword art, Fang Chen thought to himself. Elder Xian silently arrived at Fang Chen's courtyard and brought Fang Chen to the ancient golden bell. The annual ancient golden bell opening was a grand event in the Golden Sword City. On this day, the entire Golden Sword City was packed with people. Luo Bairen, Wu Li, and the other younger generation had arrived early. Many Mystic King realm experts from Golden Sword City had come as well. The opening of the ancient golden bell wasn't just for the younger generation to seek opportunities. Chapter 841. There was a famous mountain in Golden Sword City called the Golden Sword Peak. Speaking of Jin Jianfeng, there was no one in the entire Golden Sword City who did not know him. Even martial artists from other cities knew about him. That was because the Golden Ancient Bell was on the Golden Sword Peak. When the Burying Sword Emperor died, he became the Burying Sword State. Every part of his body became a city in the Burying Sword State. These cities had existed since the early days of the Burying Sword State. There was a sword technique in each city. The sword technique of Golden Sword City was the ancient golden invincible sword technique. The ancient golden bell was a treasure that contained the ancient golden immortal sword art. How could people not know about it? On this day, there were many martial artists at the foot of the Golden Sword Peak. Most of them were at the Spirit Vortex realm. And the martial warriors that could truly step onto the Gold Sword Peak were at least martial warriors of the true martial realm. Luo Bairen and the rest of the younger generation gathered at the peak and chatted with each other. Every time the Golden Ancient Bell was activated, they would come to watch. Luo Bairen, do you think Jiyu Jian will get the ancient golden invincible sword technique this time? Fatty Li asked with a smile. It shouldn't be a problem, Luo Bairen said. The ancient golden invincible sword technique doesn't rely on strength, blood-refining king's disciple Yong'an said coldly. Ever since he was defeated by Jiyu Jian in the sword battle arena, Yong'an hated Jiyu Jian and wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Jiyu Jian was too strong, and no one dared to touch him after he joined the sword battle arena. At this moment, many profound king realm experts appeared one after another. Blood-refining king, you're here early, a mystic king said with a smile. Mountain River King, you're not late either, Blood-refining king said with a smile. Blood-refining king had a bad reputation in Golden Sword City. Very few people were willing to associate with him. And Mountain River King was one of them. The arrival of Mountain River King and Blood-refining king made the Golden Sword Peak even livelier. As time passed, Mystic King realm experts arrived one after another. Whoosh! Elder Xian grabbed Fang Chen's sleeve and pushed his speed to the maximum. He turned into a streak of flowing light and instantly arrived at the Golden Sword Peak. I'm not late, am I? Elder Xian said with a smile. Elder Xian, why are you here? Someone asked. There's a kid in my sword arena who wants to enter the ancient golden bell. I'm here to take a look. Elder Xian smiled. How many people are challenging the ancient golden bell this time? Elder Xian asked. It could be seen that Elder Xian had a very high status among the many mysterious kings. Even the eccentric blood-refining king did not dare to act rashly in front of Elder Xian. There are 9 people in total. The Mountain River King smiled. Let's begin then. Elder Xian smiled. The 9 of you will enter the ancient golden bell separately. As for whether you can obtain the ancient golden indestructible sword technique, that will depend on your luck. Hearing this, the 9 people lined up and started one by one. The first martial artist to enter the ancient golden bell was a LV2 true martial realm martial artist. Fang Chen was ranked 4th. He stared at the ancient golden bell. The ancient golden bell was a huge bell that gave off a very strange aura. This is the ancient golden bell. Fang Chen could feel that the ancient golden bell was emitting an ancient aura that gave off a boundless feeling. The blood-refining king's gaze swept over Fang Chen's group of 8 before stopping on Fang Chen. Why does this kid have my aura? The blood-refining king was an expert, so he instantly felt that there was a trace of his aura on Fang Chen's body. "Kid, have we met before?" The blood-refining king stared at Fang Chen and asked in a deep voice. "Blood-refining king, this kid belongs to my sword arena. Don't you dare have any ideas about him," Elder Xian directly said. Since Fang Chen had joined the sword arena, it was impossible for him to become the blood-refining king's disciple. "Isn't this kid Jiyu Jian, whose name has shaken Golden Sword City recently?" The Mountain River King smiled. "I heard that he defeated Yong An, who was at the LV5 True Martial Realm, with his LV4 True Martial Realm cultivation," one of the mysterious kings said. "I've heard of this kid's deeds. He's pretty strong." A few Mystic King Realm experts spoke one after another. The blood-refining king had been staring at Fang Chen the entire time. He had never seen him before, so why did he have his aura? "Jiyu Jian, can you take off your mask?" The blood-refining king smiled. "Senior blood-refining king, I'm just a nobody. I'm not worthy of your attention." Fang Chen tactfully refused. The blood-refining king's expression changed, and his aura surged. "Blood-refining king, he belongs to my sword arena," said Elder Xian. Elder Xian said. The Lord of Blood Refining's aura immediately retracted. "A mere LV4 True Martial Realm cultivator. I don't care about him." The blood-refining king coldly snorted and turned his head. At this moment, Fang Chen was looking at the blood-refining king through his mask. A trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Through chatting with Fatty Li, Fang Chen learned that the three-legged two-eared cauldron had taken him to the burial sword province, but the blood-refining king had taken him away and refined him into a blood puppet. After all, the blood-refining king was a mysterious king. The killing intent that flashed through Fang Chen's eyes was instantly captured by the blood-refining king. "Interesting." The blood-refining king smiled sinisterly. At this moment, the sound of a bell rang throughout Golden Sword City. Many of the younger generation opened their eyes wide. The sound of the bell represented the potential of the cultivator who entered the ancient golden bell. The more the bell rang, the greater the potential of the cultivator. Buzz. After 2 consecutive bell rings, the first martial artist to enter the ancient golden bell instantly came out. "How was it?" someone asked. The cultivator's face was gloomy. He lowered his head and left the golden sword peak. He had clearly failed. 2 bell rings. Average potential. Fatty Li smiled. "Yeah, Luo Bairen made the bell ring 7 times. It shocked Golden Sword City," said He Shualin. "You, He Shualin, are not bad either. You made the bell ring 5 times, said Wu Li. Among the crowd, Luo Bairen's potential was the strongest. When he entered the ancient golden bell, he made the bell ring 7 times. Wu Li was second, and the bell rang 6 times. Fatty Li and He Shualin both made 5 rings. Those who could make 5 rings were already considered top geniuses. They would definitely get the ancient golden immortal sword technique. Just as the crowd was discussing, the second person went in. After a while, this person came out. The bell rang 4 times. He was very excited to get the ancient golden immortal sword technique. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was Fang Chen's turn. Seeing Fang Chen enter the ancient golden bell, Fatty Li and the others' eyes lit up. "How many times do you think the ancient sword can make the bell ring?" Fatty Li asked curiously. "At least 5 times or more. Maybe 7 times, He Shualin said. "That's not necessarily true," Wu Li and Luo Bairen said at the same time. Voila! With a flash of white light, Fang Chen found himself in the ancient golden bell. The ancient golden bell was a treasure that existed since ancient times. The space inside was very wide. Is this the ancient golden bell? As soon as he entered the ancient golden bell, he found that it was full of rich metal aura. In the center of the ancient golden bell, there was a futon. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the futon. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent filled the air. Fang Chen knew that this was a test. Only by passing the test could he get the ancient golden immortal sword technique. In the outside world, on the golden sword peak, many warriors were waiting. Fang Chen had been in for half an hour. He had not come out, and the ancient golden bell had not rung. This made everyone wonder if the ancient sword could not get the recognition of the ancient golden bell. Ha ha ha, half an hour, I'm afraid he can't get the recognition of the ancient golden bell. Suddenly, Yong'an laughed, gloating. Is the ancient sword really unable to get the recognition of the ancient golden bell? Asked a younger generation. Fatty Li and the others did not speak, staring at the ancient golden bell. The blood-refining king squinted his eyes and smiled. Old Xian, it seems that the people of your sword arena are only SOSO. It's not over yet. Who knows what the result will be? Old Xian said softly. Old Xian, why deceive yourself? Said the Mountain River King. Everyone knew that if one entered the ancient golden bell for half an hour and did not trigger the bell, it was basically a failure. Old Xian was not willing to admit this fact. He was deceiving himself. Old Xian did not speak anymore and looked at the ancient golden bell. On the golden sword peak, many warriors were discussing. Everyone who was optimistic about the ancient sword shook their heads. It seems that the ancient sword is going to fail. After another 10 minutes, there was still no movement. The blood-refining king laughed sinisterly, and Old Xian's face darkened as he sighed. Buzz. Just when everyone thought that the ancient sword had failed, a vibration suddenly resounded through the sky. The sound of the bell. Old Xian was very excited when he heard the sound of the bell. Buzz. Before anyone could react, the second bell chime rang out. I knew it, how could the ancient sword fail? Fatty Li and the others said. Buzz. Buzz. The bell rang 3 times in a row. 5 rings. Old Xian's face revealed a trace of a bright smile. 5 rings. There was a 100% chance of obtaining the ancient golden indestructible sword. It's just 5 rings, what's there to be happy about? Said the blood-refining king disdainfully. 5 rings is not worth mentioning. The Mountain River King laughed. Chapter 842. At the top of the golden sword peak, many mysterious kings were staring at the ancient golden bell. In the blink of an eye, the ancient golden bell had rung 5 times. The melodious sound of the bell resounded through the sky. After the 5th ring, the ancient golden bell returned to normal. 5 rings is not bad. Old Xian nodded slightly. Although it didn't meet his expectations, 5 rings was not bad. Within the ancient golden bell, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged. His body was surrounded by a dense golden light. Within the golden light, there were some small golden words. These words revolved around Fang Chen, constantly drilling into Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen had successfully obtained the ancient golden bell's approval and began to absorb its power. The golden heart in Fang Chen's body was constantly beating, wildly absorbing the ancient golden bell's power. After the 5th ring, the ancient golden bell fell silent again. But strangely, Fang Chen still hadn't come out. This made everyone very puzzled. What's going on? Could it be that he couldn't withstand the ancient golden bell's power and died inside? The Mountain River King grinned. Hearing the Mountain River King's words, the blood-refining king smiled sinisterly. So what if he's strong? Passing the ancient golden bell doesn't depend on strength, but on potential. Old Xian looked at the ancient golden bell with a grave expression. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. In the past, every time the ancient golden bell opened, each cultivator would enter for at most a quarter of an hour. But this time, Fang Chen had been in for more than an hour. If it hadn't been for the previous 5 rings, no one would have been puzzled. But since the ancient golden bell had rung, it proved that Fang Chen had obtained the ancient golden bell's approval. Moreover, it had been 5 rings. Among all the cultivators who had entered the ancient golden bell, this was considered above average. But why was there no more after the 5th ring? What's going on? Did something really happen? In the younger generation area, Fatty Li's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. It shouldn't be. The ancient golden bell isn't dangerous. With the ancient sword's power, it should be able to withstand it, said Luo Bairen. Luo Bairen was very clear about Jiyu Jian's strength. Wu Li nodded his head heavily. Jiyu Jian would be fine. Yong'an was the only one who sneered. His face was filled with schadenfreude as he thought that Jiyu Jian would definitely die in the ancient golden bell. An ant dares to challenge the ancient golden bell? Yong'an sneered. The person you called an ant easily defeated you, then what are you? Luo Bairen said coldly. Hearing Luo Bairen's words, Yong'an was infuriated, but he suppressed it in the end. Among the younger generation, Luo Bairen's strength was very strong. He did not dare to provoke him. Although his master was the blood-refining king, Luo Bairen also had a backer. Humph, just you wait and see, Yong'an thought to himself. As time passed, Elder Xian couldn't help but approach the ancient golden bell to take a look. I'll go and take a look. Elder Xian said. Elder Xian, you should know the rules of Golden Sword City, right? Are you going to openly violate them? The Shanhe king stopped him. That's right. Once the ancient golden bell is activated, profound kings cannot approach it. They also cannot use any methods to help the younger generation. Elder Xian, you can't be thinking of secretly helping Jiyu Jian, right? Sneered the blood-refining king. To the side, the Glacier King said, Elder Xian is also worried about Jiyu Jian's safety. Blood-refining king, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not, said Elder Xian. The blood-refining king and the Shanhe king both had sinister smiles on their faces. Their faces were filled with schadenfreude. Normally, the blood-refining king and the Shanhe king did not get along with the sword arena in Golden Sword City. Now that they saw the sword arena's young genius enter the ancient golden bell, their fate uncertain, they were very happy. Buzz. However, just as everyone thought that something had happened to Fang Chen, the ancient golden bell began to shake once more. A deafening chime came out from the ancient golden bell, echoing through the sky. The ancient golden bell is ringing once more. Elder Xian's eyes shone with excitement as he exclaimed loudly. Many of the mystic kings looked at the ancient golden bell in surprise. As for Fatty Li, Luo Bairen and the others, they all nodded. Jiyu Jian was not dead, he was still challenging the ancient golden bell. Mph, an arrow at the end of its flight, said Yong'an coldly. Buzz. After the sixth chime, another chime could be heard immediately after. 7 rings. Instantly, all the martial artists on the Golden Sword Mountain were shocked. 7 rings, isn't this the same as Luo Bairen? Oh my god, Jiyu Jian's potential is comparable to Luo Bairen's. 7 rings, this is the highest number of times the ancient golden bell has rung in recent years. Fatty Li, He Shualin, and the others all looked at the ancient golden bell in unison. This kid is indeed extraordinary, said Fatty Li in a deep voice. 7 rings, his talent has already surpassed Wu Li and is comparable to Luo Bairen, said He Shualin. Luo Bairen's eyes also revealed a trace of a smile, while Wu Li spread out his hands and smiled helplessly. Buzz. Just when everyone thought that the bell was going to end after the 7th ring, the 8th ring suddenly rang out. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. 8 rings, surpassing Luo Bairen. Several profound kings looked at the ancient golden bell with a solemn expression, they were all astonished. The happiest one was Elder Xian. He was very excited. He did not expect Jiyu Jian to give him such a big surprise. The ancient golden bell rang 8 times, surpassing Luo Bairen's talent. This kid. Elder Xian grinned. The blood-refining king and the mountain river king's faces turned pale. However, after the 8th ring, the 9th ring instantly rang out. The melodious sound of the bell circled above the Golden Sword City, lingering for a long time without dissipating. It shocked the hearts of countless martial artists, setting off stormy waves in their hearts. 9 rings, it's actually 9 rings. At this moment, even the profound kings who had been calm previously could not help but feel a little excited. It was too exciting. In the past 100 years, there had not been a martial artist with 9 rings. Who would have thought that Jiyu Jian would actually trigger 9 rings of the ancient golden bell this time? 9 rings, such talent is comparable to those monsters in the Burial Sword City, Elder Xian said excitedly. Congratulations, Elder Xian. The sword arena has obtained such a talent. The Glacier King smiled. In the younger generation area, Fatty Li and the others fell into silence. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Jiyu Jian's cultivation was only at LV4 true martial realm, but he had triggered 9 rings of the ancient golden bell. Although it was not unprecedented, he could be considered one of the most outstanding geniuses in the history of the Golden Sword City. Luo Bairen, He Xuelin, Wu Li, Fatty Li, and the other young geniuses were all shocked. They could accept 7 or even 8 rings. But 9 rings was unimaginable. Throughout history, all of the martial artists who had caused the bell to ring 9 times had become experts who could shake the sword burial prefecture if they didn't die. On the other hand, the ancient sword resonated 9 times. The continuous ringing of the bell did not dissipate for a long time, shocking the martial artists. Fang Chen, who was inside the ancient golden bell, suddenly opened his eyes. Instantly, the golden light around him merged into his mind. The ancient golden invincible sword. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. After obtaining the ancient golden invincible sword, it was time for Fang Chen to leave. When he walked out of the ancient golden bell, the ringing had already dissipated. Fang Chen saw that the martial artists were looking at him in surprise, as if they were looking at a monster. You guys. Fang Chen was a little confused. Why were they looking at him like that? Elder Xian. Fang Chen came to Elder Xian's side and cupped his hands. In an instant, Elder Xian woke up from his shock. He put his hands on Fang Chen's shoulders and laughed. Good job. Elder Xian, why do you have such an expression? Fang Chen asked. Kid, don't you know what you've done? Elder Xian said directly. Isn't it just triggering 9 rings? You don't have to be like this, Fang Chen said casually. Hearing this, many martial artists had the urge to strangle Fang Chen. Aren't you saying it too casually? Triggering 9 rings? You don't have to be like this. Do you know what triggering 9 rings means? Elder Xian asked. Fang Chen nodded. Isn't it just obtaining the ancient golden invincible sword's acknowledgement? Your ringing represents talent. The more the bell rings, the stronger your talent in the sword Dao. In the past 100 years, no one in Golden Sword City has triggered 9 rings, Elder Xian said slowly. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Only now did he realize that triggering 9 rings was quite extraordinary. He chuckled and shrugged, then walked to the side. Although everyone was shocked, the people behind him still wanted to challenge the ancient golden bell. However, their focus was no longer on the ancient golden bell, but Jiyu Jian. Little friend Jiyu Jian, I'm Glacier King. Little friend Jiyu Jian, I'm Mountain Fish King. Several profound King Realm experts greeted Fang Chen one after another. That was enough to see how much importance they attached to Fang Chen. In their view, it was only a matter of time before Fang Chen reached the profound King Realm. With Fang Chen's talent in the Sword Dao, his future achievements might be even greater. Only the blood-refining king and the Mountain River King stood to the side with ashen faces, coldly watching all this. After greeting all the profound kings, Fang Chen walked over to Fatty Li and the others. Brat, you're really amazing. I, Fatty Li, admire you. Fatty Li gave Fang Chen a thumbs up and smiled. Brother Jiyu Jian, congratulations, said He Xuelin. Hurry up and cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword. Let's go to Burial Sword City together, said Luo Bairen. Brother Jiyu Jian, with your abnormal talent, it won't be long before you surpass us, said Wu Li. Everyone had a good relationship with Jiyu Jian. Furthermore, geniuses appreciated each other. Jiyu Jian relied on his own efforts to gain the recognition of Wu Li and the others, and gradually entered their circle. 9 echoes, it was indeed the ancient Hua Jin. In the past 100 years, no one had triggered 9 rings. I wonder if Brother Jiyu Jian can reach Jiyu Miefa's level, said Fatty Li suddenly. Chapter 843. Jiyu Mifan. It was Fang Chen's first time hearing this name. He could tell from their expressions that Jiyu Mifan was a very powerful person. Brother Jiyu Jian, Jiyu Mifan is the same as you. He caused the ancient golden bell to ring 9 times 100 years ago, Fatty Li said with a smile. 9 times. Back then, Jiyu Mifan caused a sensation in the entire Golden Sword City. Even the almighties from other cities came to recruit him, but he rejected them all. Fatty Li continued, it's strange. Jiyu Mifan worked hard and persevered to become one of the strongest people in the Burial Sword State. After hearing Fatty Li's words, Fang Chen's heart was also shaken. Jiyu Mifan had caused 9 times and become one of the strongest people in the burial sword state after 100 years. Me too, Fang Chen said to himself as he clenched his fist. When the last martial artist came out of the ancient golden bell on the golden sword peak, the bell closed again. There were a total of 9 people who challenged the ancient golden bell this time, but the most outstanding one was Fang Chen. Only one of the others managed to cause 5 rings, while the others only managed to cause 4 rings at most. The news of Jiyu Mifan causing 9 rings shocked the entire Golden Sword City. All the martial artists were talking about Jiyu Mifan. After the ancient golden bell incident, Fang Chen followed Elder Xian back to the sword battle arena. Since you've obtained the ancient golden invincible sword technique, hurry up and cultivate it, Elder Xian said. Fang Chen nodded and returned to the courtyard to study the ancient golden invincible sword technique. The ancient golden invincible sword technique was the ultimate technique of Golden Sword City. It was extremely powerful. Its grade had reached the 8th grade. It was much stronger than the grade 7 5-element sword technique. However, there were some requirements if one wanted to cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword technique. You can only cultivate it if your sword intent reaches grade 3. After seeing this requirement, Fang Chen curled his lips. True intent was hard to cultivate in the first place. Martial artists who possessed true intent were already considered 1 in 10,000. Wanting to cultivate a true intent to the 3rd grade was even more difficult. Fang Chen's sword intent had also gone through many trials and tribulations before reaching the 2nd grade realm. As for the supreme true intent of void, it was even harder to cultivate. Let's improve my sword intent first, Fang Chen muttered to himself. It was a little difficult to raise his true intent to the 3rd grade. One day, Fang Chen found Elder Xian. Elder Xian, I would like to consult you about matters regarding cultivation. Fang Chen clasped his hands and asked. About the ancient golden indestructible sword. Elder Xian seemed to have expected Fang Chen's return, and immediately inquired. Elder Xian, if you want to cultivate the ancient golden undying sword, you have to cultivate your sword intent to the 3rd grade. My sword intent has already reached the 2nd grade. How can I quickly reach the 3rd grade? Asked Fang Chen. 2nd grade sword intent. Old Xian chuckled. That's not a problem. Oh, it's not a problem. Fang Chen was flabbergasted. What grade is your soul right now? Asked Elder Xian. Fang Chen said, mid-yellow tier. Too weak. Raise your soul to the green tier. At that time, your problem will be easily solved. Elder Xian smiled mysteriously. Although Fang Chen was very puzzled, he still did as Elder Xian said. Fang Chen concluded that if he wanted to raise the strength of his soul, he would need some miraculous pills. Fang Chen found Fatty Li and explained his intentions. Brother Gujian, you've found the right person. I know a peak saint alchemist in Golden Sword City. Fatty Li chuckled. Then I'll have to thank Brother Li, said Fang Chen. Fatty Li brought Fang Chen to a tall building on the west side of Golden Sword City. This is Saint Alchemist Pill One's residence, said Fatty Li. The two of them walked into the building one after the other. On the 1st floor of the building, there were some martial artists and some cabinets with some pills inside. We're looking for Saint Alchemist Pill One. Fatty Li revealed his identity and grinned. The staff member went to report and returned in a short while. Saint Alchemist Pill One is on the 2nd floor. Follow me. The staff member led Fang Chen and Fatty Li to the 2nd floor. In a spacious room on the 2nd floor, Saint Alchemist Pill One was sitting quietly in a green robe. There was a touch of age on his face, and there was a bit of worry between his brows. Saint Alchemist Pill One. Fatty Li saw him and cupped his hands in greeting. Kid, you still know to come and see me. Saint Alchemist Pill One looked at Fatty Li and smiled. Saint Alchemist Pill One, this is my good friend, Gujian. Fatty Li introduced him to Saint Alchemist Pill One. Junior Gujian greets Saint Alchemist Pill One. Fang Chen cupped his hands in greeting. Saint Alchemist Pill One nodded. You caused the ancient golden bell to ring 9 times. You have the style of Jiyu Miefar from back then. Recently, Everyone in Golden Sword City had been talking about Gujian. Saint Alchemist Pill 1 naturally knew about him. Furthermore, for Gujian to be able to cause the ancient golden bell to ring 9 times was enough to see his potential. Hearing Saint Alchemist Pill 1 praise him for having the style of Jiyu Miefa, Fang Chen grinned. "Speak. Why are you looking for me?" Saint Alchemist Pill 1 looked at Fatty Lee. "Saint Alchemist, I can't hide anything from you. This brother of mine wants to improve his soul, so he came here to ask for some medicinal pills," said Fatty Lee. "Oh, to improve his soul, he should have to cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword art," said Saint Alchemist Pill 1. Fang Chen nodded. Saint Alchemist Pill 1's aura was very powerful. However, he gave off a feeling that he was past his prime. As for what was going on, Fang Chen couldn't say. Although Saint Alchemist Pill 1 and Saint Alchemist Pill Cloud were both alchemy Saint Alchemists, Saint Alchemist Pill Cloud couldn't compare to Saint Alchemist Pill 1. Saint Alchemist Pill 1 was a peak Saint Alchemist, while Saint Alchemist Pill Cloud had just become a Saint Alchemist. "The Spirit Ascension Pill is a peak Dao level medicinal pill," said Saint Alchemist Pill 1. No one knew more than Saint Alchemist Pill 1 about the effects of various medicinal pills. "Saint Alchemist Pill 1, my brother just came to Golden Sword City. He doesn't have many violet crystals." Fatty Lee laughed mischievously. "I'll give him the Spirit Ascension Pill for free," said Saint Alchemist Pill 1. "Saint Alchemist." Fang Chen was a bit embarrassed. "You don't need to say anything. Since he brought you here, it means your relationship isn't bad. Furthermore, I have a feeling that your future accomplishments won't be any lower than Jiyu Miefa's. This can count as my investment in you," said Saint Alchemist Pill 1. A Spirit Ascension Pill wasn't much to Saint Alchemist Pill 1, but to the current Fang Chen, it was extremely precious. At the very least, he didn't have enough violet crystals to buy it. After all, Fang Chen had caused the bell to ring 9 times. His potential was comparable to Jiyu Miefa's. It was just a Spirit Ascension Pill. If he failed, he wouldn't lose much. But if he succeeded, he would make a fortune. "Saint Alchemist Pill 1, this junior will remember your kindness. If you need this junior's help in the future, I won't shirk my duty," said Fang Chen. "Ha ha ha." Saint Alchemist Pill 1 cracked a smile and said, "Come find me in 3 days." Fatty Lee and Fang Chen bid farewell to Saint Alchemist Pill 1 and left the building. However, as they were leaving, they ran into Yong and coldly glanced at Fang Chen before entering the building. A moment later, Yong'an angrily walked out of the building. "That damned Jiyu Jian," said Yong'an in a low voice. He had used his status as King Blood Refining's disciple to ask Saint Alchemist Pill 1 to refine a medicinal pill for him. He hadn't expected Saint Alchemist Pill 1 to refuse without any hesitation. And Saint Alchemist Pill 1's reason for refusing was that he wanted to refine the Spirit Ascension Pill for Jiyu Jian. Thinking of Jiyu Jian, Yong'an's heart was filled with anger. "Just wait and see," said Yong'an coldly. Walking on the road, Fang Chen and Fatty Lee walked side by side. "Jiyu Jianxing, why do you think we cultivate?" Fatty Lee suddenly whispered. Fang Chen was startled. He felt that Fatty Lee's mood wasn't right. Turning his head, he saw that Fatty Lee's face was full of confusion. "Brother Lee, us martial artists cultivate in defiance of the heavens. Naturally, it's for immortality," said Fang Chen. Immortality was every martial artist's dream. However, not every cultivator could reach such a level. However, people always had to have dreams. Without dreams, what was the meaning of life? Of course, Fang Chen had many dreams. He wanted to increase his strength, pursue immortality, protect his family, and find his mother. How could the realm of eternal life be so easy? Fatty Lee sighed. Saint Alchemist Pill 1 is so amazing in the Pill Dao, but in the martial path, he has been unable to break through. His limit is about to arrive. What Saint Alchemist Pill 1's limit is about to arrive? Fang Chen was also startled, his heart shaking. No wonder when he saw Saint Alchemist Pill 1, he had a kind of withered aura. He was like an old man past his prime. Saint Alchemist Pill 1 is obsessed with the Pill Dao. His talent in the Pill Dao is incomparably monstrous, but his martial cultivation has been unable to increase. In a few more decades, his limit will arrive, and he will turn into a pile of dirt, said Fatty Li. Fang Chen's heart shook. He hadn't thought that an expert like Saint Alchemist Pill 1 would be unable to endure his limit. Thinking of that, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Although one martial artist after another has fallen on the path of pursuing immortality, we still have to pursue it. I believe that one day, we will come into contact with that mysterious realm, said Fang Chen. After going to Saint Alchemist Pill 1's place, Fatty Li's mood was clearly very low. Fang Chen comforted Fatty Li, and the two of them returned to the sword arena together. At this time, within the Blood Refining King's residence, Yong'an was making a request to the Blood Refining King. Master, I want to borrow your 5th level True Martial Realm Blood Puppet, said Yong'an. Oh, what do you want a 5th level True Martial Realm Blood Puppet for? Asked the Blood Refining King with surprise. Blood puppets had extremely strong defenses and were also very strong. Martial artists in the same realm simply couldn't match them. A 5th level True Martial Realm Blood Puppet was also very important to the Blood Refining King. After all, it was not easy to refine a genuine Martial Realm Blood Puppet. Disciple was defeated by Jiyu Jian in the sword arena. I've never accepted this, said Yong'an gravely, his voice filled with killing intent. You want to deal with Jiyu Jian? The Blood Refining King's eyes flashed. Chapter 844. 3 days later. Fang Chen and Fatty Li once again came to Saint Master Pill 1's building. At this time, Saint Master Pill 1's face was full of smiles, and his expression was no longer gloomy. Saint Master Pill 1. Fang Chen and Fatty Li greeted Saint Master Pill 1. This is your Spirit Ascension Pill. Saint Master Pill 1 waved his hand, took out 3 Spirit Ascension pills, and handed them to Fang Chen. Saint Master. Fang Chen hesitated for a moment and didn't take the 3 Spirit Ascension pills. This time, I've also gained a lot from refining the Spirit Ascension pill for you. Saint Master Pill 1 smiled and said, I've been troubled by an alchemy problem before. This time, I suddenly had an inspiration and thought of a solution. As a result, my achievements in alchemy have improved further. Perhaps before the end of my life, I have hope of taking that step. Hearing this, Fang Chen and Fatty Li were also stunned. No wonder Saint Master Pill 1 had changed so much in 3 days. His eyes were no longer gloomy. It turned out that Saint Master Pill 1 had improved further in alchemy. Moreover, when the two heard Saint Master Pill 1 say that he had improved further and had hope of taking that step before the end of his life, they were shocked. Saint Master Pill 1 was already a top alchemy Saint Master. If he improved further, wouldn't he be the legendary God Master of the ancient Sword Continent? After reaching the true martial realm, Fang Chen more or less knew some of the secrets of the ancient Sword Continent. He originally thought that Alchemy Saint Master was the highest achievement in alchemy. However, he later learned that there was a legendary God Master above the Alchemy Saint Master. God Masters could refine divine pills. It was said that divine pills could revive the dead and were countless times more powerful than Tao-level pills. However, it was too difficult to reach the level of God Master. In the ancient Sword Continent, there hadn't been a God Master in the past 10,000 years. Congratulations, Saint Master Pill 1. Fang Chen and Fatty Li hurriedly cupped their hands and congratulated him. If Saint Master Pill 1 could really take that step, then he would be the first god alchemist in the Qingyun domain in the past 10,000 years. At that time, he might be able to find the mystery of immortality. Clearly, Saint Master Pill 1 was also very happy. He directly gave Fang Chen 3 Spirit Ascension pills. I hope so. Saint Master Dan 1 smiled. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said, Saint Master Dan Yi, you've just comprehended something. We won't disturb you any longer. Saint Master Dan 1 nodded and said, if you need anything in the future, just come find me. Fang Chen and Fatty Li separated after leaving Saint Master Dan Yi's residence. Fatty Li's cultivation had also reached a bottleneck recently. He could reach LV5 of the true martial realm at any time. For this reason, Fatty Li was also working hard to cultivate. As for Fang Chen, he was anxious to increase the strength of his soul. As soon as he returned to the sword arena, Fang Chen directly returned to his residence and sat down cross-legged, preparing to swallow the spirit-rising pill. Whoosh! Little mouse came out of the special interspatial ring. At this moment, the little mouse was surrounded by a purple glow and had a very special aura. "Boss, I'll protect you," the little mouse said. Fang Chen nodded and adjusted his body. Then, he took out a spirit-rising pill and swallowed it directly. Hiss! Hiss! The medicinal effect of the spirit-rising pill instantly spread through Fang Chen's body and gathered in Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen's soul greedily absorbed the medicinal effect of the spirit-rising pill. Fang Chen could sense that his soul was improving. The spirit-rising pill was a top Dao level pill. It was very useful for true martial realm warriors. Middle yellow level, late yellow level, peak yellow level. The first spirit-rising pill directly increased Fang Chen's soul strength to the peak of the yellow level. He was only one step away from the green level. The effect is so strong. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Ordinary people who worked hard for decades probably wouldn't be as effective as the spirit-rising pill. Thinking of this, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. On the path of martial arts, one's own efforts were important, but external factors were also very important. In short, to become an expert, one needed to combine all kinds of factors. After completely digesting the medicinal effect of the first spirit-rising pill, Fang Chen began to swallow the second spirit-rising pill. Hiss! 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 With the experience of swallowing the first spirit-rising pill, his control over the second spirit-rising pill was clearly much better than the first. Not long after, the medicinal effect of the second spirit-rising pill was completely absorbed by Fang Chen. At this time, Fang Chen felt his mind shake. Then, Fang Chen's yellow soul suddenly changed color. In the blink of an eye, the yellow color disappeared and was replaced by green. Within his mind, a green soul quietly floated. That green soul emitted a terrifying soul aura. The strength of his soul had reached the green level. Fang Chen could feel that after his soul reached the green level, it had become much stronger. Continue. The effects of the spirit-rising pill were the best when swallowed for the first time. The more he swallowed, the weaker the effects would be. Fang Chen wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to completely swallow the third spirit-rising pill. Hiss! 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 After half an hour, the medicinal effects of the 3 spirit-rising pills were completely absorbed. At this time, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The green soul around his head instantly converged. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. The 3 spirit-rising pills raised my soul to the middle stage of the green level. Immediately, Fang Chen's body shook. In the next moment, his soul cultivation level naturally rose to the middle stage of the 4th level. Middle stage of the 4th level. Fang Chen was slightly excited. The 4th level corresponded to the 9th level of the true martial realm. Middle stage of the 4th level corresponded to the middle stage of the true martial realm. While in Fang Chen's mind, his soul revolved, and the God Attraction Art was instantly used. In the blink of an eye, the God Attraction Art erupted with absolute power. Sure with a thought, Fang Chen's dense green soul appeared above his head. These souls directly converged into a battle spear and shot out. Bang! Under Fang Chen's control, the soul battle spear fiercely stabbed into the ground. Suddenly, a lot of dust was stirred up. Moreover, Fang Chen found that traces of soul aura in the battle spear drilled into the ground. This is the ultimate attack form of the God Attraction Art. Fang Chen couldn't help but laugh. His soul had reached the middle stage of the green level, and his soul cultivation level had reached the middle stage of the 4th level, so the God Attraction Art had also been cultivated to the strongest state. With the soul of the middle stage of the green level and the strongest state of the God Attraction Art, I have no pressure against a martial artist of the 5th level of the true martial realm, Fang Chen said. However, before Fang Chen could finish rejoicing, he was shocked to find that his body had changed a little. What's going on? Fang Chen looked inwardly at his body. In his body, the sword soul was changing. The 3rd step of the 5 steps of the sword principle was the sword soul. After condensing the sword soul, Fang Chen had no time to cultivate the beginner volume of the sword principle truth. But now, the sword soul was changing automatically. Is the sword soul evolving? Fang Chen's heart shuddered. Just as Fang Chen expected, the sword soul was evolving. Looking at the sword soul evolving bit by bit, Fang Chen was very excited. Hiss! The green soul in his mind went into the sword soul, helping it to evolve quickly. As time went by, Fang Chen was shocked to find that with the help of the green soul, the sword soul was transforming into a sword soul. Am I going to reach the fourth step? Fang Chen said to himself. The fourth step of the sword principle, the sword soul, had a lot to do with the martial artist's soul. Fang Chen gradually understood that the evolution of the sword soul should be related to the soul. As soon as the soul made a breakthrough, the sword soul was evolving. All of this was so connected. The evolution of the sword soul was much easier than Fang Chen thought. It took about 2 hours for the sword soul to completely transform into a sword soul. A sword-shaped soul floated in Fang Chen's mind and leaned against the original green soul. The sword-shaped soul emitted a vast sword qi. After the formation of the sword soul, Fang Chen felt that his understanding of the sword principle had improved. Is this the sword soul? Fang Chen stared at the sword soul and muttered to himself. According to the beginner scroll of the sword principle truth, after forming the sword soul, the martial artist's talent in the sword principle would gradually be improved by the sword soul. Moreover, the sword soul could give the martial artist more sword qi. When a martial artist fought, he didn't have to worry about using up too much sword qi and not being able to launch a more powerful attack. After being in the sword burial state for almost a year, Fang Chen finally reached the fourth step of the sword principle. So powerful. Fang Chen stood up and felt the power in his body. At the same time, Fang Chen also found that his cultivation had reached the peak of LV4 true martial realm. All of this was caused by the 3 spirit-raising pills. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Fang Chen's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, receiving a comprehensive improvement. Elder Xian said that once my soul reaches the green grade, I'll be able to cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword. After a moment of excitement, Fang Chen thought carefully. Fang Chen secretly tried to cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword, but he still couldn't cultivate it. Fang Chen went to find Elder Xian. Elder Xian, my soul has already improved. Why can't I cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword? Fang Chen asked in astonishment. Elder Xian glanced at Fang Chen and smiled. Not bad. Your soul has reached the mid-green grade. Has your sword soul evolved into a sword soul? Elder Xian continued. Fang Chen was stunned. How did Elder Xian know that he cultivated the beginner scroll of the sword principle truth? Seeing Fang Chen's astonishment, Elder Xian smiled. Only a mortal continent like the ancient sword continent would treat the beginner scroll of the sword principle truth as a supreme treasure. Everyone in the sword burial state knows how to cultivate it. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He hadn't expected the beginner scroll of the sword principle truth to be so ordinary in the sword burial state. Once your soul reaches the green grade, your sword soul will naturally evolve into a sword soul. Once you possess a sword soul, your sword intent will be constantly nourished. It won't take long before your sword intent will automatically reach the 3rd grade. Elder Xian chuckled as he spoke. When Fang Chen heard this, he finally understood. Elder Xian had long since seen through his cultivation of the beginner scroll of the sword principle truth. The reason he wanted him to increase the strength of his soul was so that his sword soul could evolve into a sword soul and nourish his sword intent. So that's how it is. Fang Chen nodded and smiled. After he finished speaking, Fang Chen prepared to leave. However, Elder Xian stopped him. Since your overall strength has increased, there are some things that I should tell you. Elder Xian said. Elder Xian, please speak. Chapter 845. Under normal circumstances, when there was an irreconcilable conflict between cultivators, they would challenge each other. Yong'an was undoubtedly taking advantage of this opportunity to get rid of Fang Chen. When Yong'an and the blood refinement monarch had come, Fang Chen had been in seclusion. Elder Xian hadn't dared to agree on his own. But now, Fang Chen had come out of seclusion, and his strength had increased. Elder Xian suddenly recalled this matter. Yong'an wants to challenge me. Fang Chen frowned. This Yong'an was too petty. Back when he had defeated him in the arena, he had harbored a grudge. This time, he had even brought his master, the blood refinement monarch, along with him. He clearly wanted to kill him. I was a little worried before, but now that you've broken through, I'm not worried at all, said Elder Xian with a smile. Elder Xian, please help me spread the news that I accept Yong'an's challenge. The time is set for 3 days from now, said Fang Chen. Elder Xian grinned and nodded. The news of Fang Chen accepting Yong'an's challenge instantly spread throughout Golden Sword City. All the cultivators were discussing it. There were even some cultivators who were betting that Fang Chen and Yong'an would win. Luo Bairen and the others were gathered at the top floor of the Golden Sword restaurant. Fang Chen had also been called over by Fatty Li brother Gujian. Yong'an was defeated by you back then. Now that he dares to challenge you so brazenly, he must have something to rely on, said Fatty Li. I heard some rumors. It is said that the blood-refining king gave Yong'an some trump cards for his battle with you. He Xuelin said in a low voice. It's just a few blood puppets. Wu Li's mouth twitched. Brother Gujian, although I believe you'll definitely win, Yong'an is too petty. He must have something to rely on. You have to be careful of his blood puppets, said Luo Bairen. After interacting with Jiyu Jian for a long time, Luo Bairen and the others were very friendly to him. Although Jiyu Jian had heaven-defying potential and was very strong, he didn't put on any airs. He was also very easygoing. He was greatly sought after by Golden Sword City's younger generation. Therefore, when they heard that Jiyu Jian was going to fight Yong'an, Luo Bairen and the others asked Jiyu Jian out to remind him. Thank you for your reminder. In my eyes, Yong'an is just a motley crew. There's nothing to be afraid of, Fang Chen said softly. If it had been before, Fang Chen would have had to be wary of Yong'an's blood-maned puppet. But now, even if Yong'an had blood-maned puppet, Fang Chen had nothing to fear. Moreover, Fang Chen hated the blood-refining king's bloodline from the bottom of his heart. He had almost become the blood puppet of the blood-refining king. As he thought of this, Fang Chen felt a faint killing intent in his heart. Ha ha ha. Brother Jiyu Jian, this is what I admire about you. Wu Li laughed loudly. Many of the younger generation were also drinking with Jiyu Jian. At a certain moment, Yong'an arrived at the Golden Sword restaurant and ascended to the highest floor. Everyone looked at Yong'an strangely. A person who is about to die is still drinking here? As soon as Yong'an arrived, he pointed his spear at Fang Chen and said disdainfully, "You're just a loser. What right do you have to criticize me?" Fang Chen retorted. For a moment, the atmosphere in the Golden Sword restaurant was heavy. Luo Bairen, Wu Li, and the others didn't say anything. They just quietly watched the confrontation between Fang Chen and Yong'an Jiyu Jian. In 3 days, I will definitely chop off your head in front of everyone. Yong'an smiled sinisterly. In his opinion, Fang Chen was already a dead man. With the LV5 true martial realm blood-maned puppet given to him by his master, coupled with his offensive power, his combat strength was comparable to a LV6 true martial realm expert. A mere Jiyu Jian was nothing to him. So what if you can trigger 9 rings of the ancient golden bell? You can only be considered a true genius when you grow up. Who will remember a genius who dies halfway? Yong'an sneered. Since ancient times, there had been many geniuses who had been placed high hopes on. However, very few of them had been able to grow up, and even fewer had reached the peak. Many geniuses with monstrous talent had died halfway. In Yong'an's opinion, Fang Chen was one of those geniuses who hadn't been able to grow up and had died halfway. Although Elder Xian had been protecting Jiyu Jian, once Jiyu Jian died, a dead genius definitely wouldn't make Elder Xian go to war. This time, Yong'an only had one goal, and that was to kill Jiyu Jian. At the very least, I'm stronger than you. I can still call myself a genius. What about you? Fang Chen said coldly. Fang Chen's attitude was very unyielding. He wasn't afraid of Yong'an at all. At this moment, Luo Bairen also spoke. Isn't it too early to say who will win and who will lose? That's right. The battle in 3 days will determine the winner. Saying anything now is useless, said Wu Li Fatty Li, and he Xuelin didn't say anything, but their meaning was clear. They stood on Fang Chen's side. They didn't care about Yong'an at all. If Yong'an's master hadn't been the blood-refining king, he wouldn't have been able to reach the top floor of the Golden Sword restaurant. Jiyu Jian, just you wait. 3 days later, it will be your death date. After saying that, Yong'an turned and left. Fang Chen looked at Yong'an's back as he left, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yong'an didn't hide his killing intent towards Fang Chen at all. Since the other party wanted to kill him, then he wouldn't show mercy to Yong'an 3 days later. I'll give you a surprise, Fang Chen said to himself. Brother Jiyu Jian, don't worry about him. Come, let's drink. Fatty Li raised his wine glass and smiled. Suddenly, many of the younger generation chatted with each other. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, many warriors poured into the entire sword battle arena. These warriors all came to watch the battle between Fang Chen and Yong'an. The battle time was at noon. There was still some time before noon. Many warriors came in advance to the arena where Fang Chen and Yong'an were fighting. When it was almost noon, even Luo Bairen and the others came. You guys go in first, I'll come later, Fatty Li suddenly said. Luo Bairen and the others didn't take it seriously and directly went to the bottom of the arena, waiting for Fang Chen and Yong'an to arrive. Just when Luo Bairen, Wu Li, and the others arrived, Yong'an also came. Today, Yong'an was wearing a black robe, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. His face was full of a sinister smile. Crash. Yong'an stood on the arena and said arrogantly, "Where's Jiyu Jian? Come out and die." Following Yong'an was the blood-refining monarch. The latter sat together with Elder Xian and looked at the arena with satisfaction. However, just as Yong'an's voice fell, a strange voice came from the crowd. Open, open. Bet on Jiyu Jian winning, 1. Bet on Yong'an winning, 100. When hearing this voice, Luo Bairen, who was in front of the arena, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Obviously, this voice came from Fatty Li, and his words directly infuriated Yong'an. What Yong'an winning, 100? Many cultivators were very surprised. When they found out that it was Fatty Li who opened the bet, they gradually calmed down. Many people directly bet on Jiyu Jian winning, and some people had a fluke mentality and bet on Yong'an winning. As long as Yong'an won, 100, it would definitely be a huge profit. I bet on Jiyu Jian winning, 100,000 purple crystals. Luo Bairen suddenly said. I also bet on Jiyu Jian winning, 100,000 purple crystals. Wu Li said. Wu Li and Luo Bairen spoke one after another, completely making the entire sword arena lively. On the arena, Yong'an's face was gloomy to the extreme. Li Yuntian. Yong'an roared furiously. This damn fatty gave him a 100 bet. Wasn't this obviously insulting him? However, before Yong'an could get angry, the blood-refining monarch on the rostrum spoke. Since this little friend wants to bet, then I'll join in. I bet on Yong'an winning, 1 million purple crystals. The blood-refining monarch said with a smile. Crash. There was an uproar in the sword arena. The blood-refining monarch bet 1 million purple crystals. As long as Yong'an wins, then he can earn 10 million purple crystals. At this moment, even Fatty Li was not confident in his heart, but with so many people watching, he couldn't say anything. Okay, I accept the blood-refining monarch's bet. Fatty Li said stubbornly. After the blood-refining monarch finished betting, there were still some cultivators who placed their bets. When noon arrived, the betting was finally over. At this time, Fang Chen's figure appeared on the arena in an instant. Finally willing to come out. Yong'an saw Fang Chen and smiled sinisterly. The time is just right. Fang Chen said. Yong'an's face was very ugly. He couldn't wait to kill Fang Chen. Since both sides are here, the time is up. Let the battle begin. Elder Xian said. Both of them understood the rules, so there was no need to repeat them. After Elder Xian finished speaking, he sat on the rostrum. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the arena was extremely solemn. Crash. A terrifying aura emerged from Yong'an's body. When everyone saw this, they were a little surprised. Yong'an's cultivation had reached the late stage of LV5 True Martial Realm. Ancient Golden Invincible Sword Technique. As soon as Yong'an came up, he directly displayed the Ancient Golden Invincible Sword Technique. Facing Yong'an's attack, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and activated the sword body at the late stage of body refinement realm. Then, he activated the sword intent and instantly displayed the 5-element sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh, bang. Yong'an's golden sword light and Fang Chen's 5-element sword light collided fiercely, and the arena was about to be overturned. A deafening sound rang out, and both of them took a few steps back. Yong'an, who stabilized his body, looked at Fang Chen fiercely and said, "I said, you must die today." As soon as Yong'an finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted again. Suddenly, Yong'an's long sword stabbed toward Fang Chen. At the same time, Yong'an's body rushed toward Fang Chen. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen used the hidden star sword's black fire attribute to block Yong'an's fierce attack. The black fire took the opportunity to invade Yong'an's long sword and corrode it. What fire is this? Chapter 846. On the main stage, Wang Ting stood up, his eyes flickering as he stared at the black flames on the hidden star sword. Why is this black flame so domineering? Wang Ting was a profound king, so he could control the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. He could tell with a single glance that Fang Chen's black flame was extraordinary. The black flame had invaded Yong'an's sword and was corroding it. Beside him, Elder Xian was also astonished. Then he seemed to discover something, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. This kid is truly blessed by heaven. His monstrous potential is truly frightening. Elder Xian thought to himself. He could tell that Jiyu Yun's black flame had a trace of the undying flame's characteristics. Why does this kid's flame have the characteristics of the undying flame? Elder Xian couldn't understand. There was only one way to transform one's flame into the undying flame. That was to absorb the undying bird's essence blood. Could it be that this kid really did absorb the undying bird's essence blood? Elder Xian's heart trembled. If his guess was correct, then this kid was too terrifying. His future accomplishments were limitless. Once he truly transformed his flame into the undying flame, even a mystic king realm expert would not dare to underestimate the power of that flame. What kind of existence was the undying bird? The undying flame was a flame that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Whoever obtained this flame would be able to suppress an era. This was the legend of the undying flame. Elder Xian hadn't expected to see a flame with the characteristics of the undying flame after living for so long. Elder Xian's eyes brightened as he looked at Jiyu Yun. Below the stage, Luo Bairen, Wu Li, and the others also sensed the black flame's power. Brother Jiyu Zhen's black flame is truly domineering, said Fatty Li. Yong'an's sword is a Dao weapon, but it's a bit hard to resist after being corroded by the black flame, said he Shualin. There's a crack in Yong'an's sword. Wu Li observed carefully and said softly. Even I wouldn't dare to face this black flame head-on, said Luo Bairen. From their conversation, it was obvious how powerful Fang Chen's black flames were. In the arena, Yong'an's sea of qi was revolving. Wild spiritual qi was continuously channeled into the long sword, wanting to completely extinguish the black flames. Tempage, do you think you can make me helpless with just this little bit of flame? Yong'an sneered. He activated all the strength in his body and performed his strongest ancient golden indestructible sword technique. Suddenly, a dense golden aura appeared in the sky, and within it, there was the word destroy. Under Yong'an's control, the word destroy rushed towards Fang Chen. 5 elements sword art. Fang Chen swung his hand and displayed the 5 elements sword technique. The majestic sword light blasted towards Yong'an's attack. At the same time, Fang Chen's mind stirred, and the true will of void emerged. Fang Chen's body instantly disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the void. They all knew that Jiyu Zhen possessed a space-related true will. But as for what it was, no one knew. I can't sense it at all. Brother Jiyu Zhen's space-related true will is truly domineering, said Fatty Li. Brother Luo, what do you think Brother Jiyu Zhen's space-related true will is? He Shualin looked at Luo Bairen. Luo Bairen pondered for a moment, then said, when Brother Gujian used his spatial true intent, his body was hidden in the void, and no one could detect it. Even mystic kings couldn't detect it. It's definitely a high-level true intent. Among high-grade true meanings, there are only 2 or 3 space-related true meanings. I feel that his space-related true will is extremely likely to be the true will of illusions, said Luo Bairen. Although Wu Li usually bickered with Luo Bairen, he also agreed with Luo Bairen's words. Jiyu Zhen's true will was definitely a high-grade true will, and it was extremely likely to be the true will of illusions. The true will of illusions? The surrounding cultivators were all shocked when they heard this. Even Elder Xian and the blood refinement monarch believed that Jiyu Zhen's true will of illusions was the true will of illusions. So what if he has the true will of illusions? Sneered the blood refinement monarch. The trump card he had given Yong'an was enough to deal with Jiyu Zhen. Rumble. Yong'an was the only one left on the stage. His expression was grave as he surveyed his surroundings. Right at this moment, the space in front of Yong'an was torn apart. A shocking sword blade appeared out of nowhere and slashed toward Yong'an, courting death. Yong'an roared and raised his sword to block. Crack. Yong'an had underestimated the power of this sword. When his long sword clashed with the hidden star sword, a cracking sound rang out. Following that, Yong'an discovered that countless cracks had appeared on his long sword. Crash. Following Fang Chen's appearance, Yong'an's long sword instantly shattered. Just like that, a Dao tool was shattered by Fang Chen. This shocked everyone in the sword arena. Damn it! Yong'an roared furiously as he was forced to retreat. A metal nail appeared in Yong'an's hand. Then, he crushed the metal nail with all his might. Instantly, rays of dazzling aura shot out from the metal nails and intertwined with each other to form a formation that enveloped Fang Chen. Spatial confinement. Luo Bairen and the others were shocked when they saw this. They immediately looked at the blood refinement monarch. At this moment, Elder Xian's expression changed slightly. He said unhappily, "Blood refinement monarch, isn't this too much? Elder Xian, your words are really interesting. I didn't even make a move. How is this too much?" Sneered the blood refinement monarch. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. "You know what I mean," said Elder Xian coldly. The blood refinement monarch had actually given such a supreme treasure to Yong'an. The metal nail contained a Dao-level formation. This formation was a spatial confinement formation. Once it was set up, a small area of space would be confined. Even a high-grade true will of illusions wouldn't be able to use it. Even the space is confined. I want to see how you'll use your true will of space. Yong'an looked at Fang Chen, who was within the formation. In his opinion, Jiyu Zhen was only able to fight him because of his true will of space. Now that he had confined the space, Jiyu Zhen wouldn't be able to use his true will of space. Within the formation, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a mocking smile. God Attraction Art. In the next moment, Fang Chen used the God Attraction Art without hesitation. A mid-4th rank soul cultivator combined with the strongest state of the God Attraction Art could easily kill a level 5 true martial realm martial artist. This array was specifically targeted at space-related true intents and could confine space. However, it couldn't restrict the transmission of souls. Fang Chen used the God Attraction Art in his mind as he used the soul attack. The boundless green soul instantly gathered in the void and turned into a battle spear. Whoosh! This battle spear carried a terrifying aura as it pierced through the formation at a speed visible to the naked eye and shot towards Yong'an Erenpage. This soul attack is too trashy. Yong'an sneered when he saw this. He projected his soul to resist Fang Chen's God Attraction Art. Hiss! Hiss! The green battle spear directly hit Yong'an's soul. Yong'an, who had been sneering, suddenly let out a miserable cry. Ah! The battle spear pierced Yong'an's head, severely injuring his soul. Yong'an's body was sent flying. At the same time, the green battle spear dissipated in the air. On the main platform, the blood-refining king's face was ashen. He was furious. Jiyu Zhen's soul attack had exceeded his expectations. It had actually injured Yong'an's soul. Idiot! The blood-refining king couldn't help but curse. On the other hand, Elder Xian was all smiles as he watched. Jiyu Zhen had given him too many surprises. In front of the stage, Luo Bairen and the others were also shocked. Brother Jiyu Zhen is really abnormal. Not only is his martial strength strong, but even his soul attack is so strong. Fatty Li smiled. He was very happy. Jiyu Zhen's strength had completely suppressed Yong'an. As long as Jiyu Zhen won, he would be able to earn at least 1,000,000 purple crystals. That's 1,000,000 purple crystals. Even a genius like Fatty Li didn't have 1,000,000 purple crystals in his entire net worth. Jiyu Zhen's soul attack is very strange, said Luo Bairen. I wonder what other tricks Yong'an has, said Wu Li. On the stage, Fang Chen was still trapped in the formation. Yong'an, who had fallen to the ground, slowly crawled up. His soul had been injured, and his head was in pain. However, he endured the pain and stared at Fang Chen with his scarlet eyes. Jiyu Zhen, I want you dead. Yong'an roared. Crash. As soon as Yong'an's voice fell, a blood puppet appeared beside him. As soon as this blood puppet appeared, it caused an uproar. What stage 5 true martial realm blood puppet? Elder Xian shouted when he saw this. I should have taken it out long ago, Blood Refining King muttered to himself as he looked at his blood puppet. If Yong'an had taken out the blood puppet earlier, his soul wouldn't have been injured. Blood Refining King, do you think there's no one in the sword battle arena? Elder Xian stood up and glared at the Blood Refining King. Elder Xian, I gave this blood puppet to my disciple, Yong'an. It's also a part of his strength. It doesn't seem to have broken the rules, said the Blood Refining King. A stage 5 true martial realm blood puppet is comparable to a stage 6 true martial realm expert. You're really insidious, said Elder Xian angrily. My disciple, Yong'an, didn't break the rules. As for your sword battle arena, if you can't afford to play, just admit defeat, snorted the Blood Refining King. Elder Xian was furious, but he couldn't say anything. In terms of the rules, the Blood Refining King didn't break the rules. However, everyone knew that this was cheating. Shuemang, who was at the 5th level of the true martial realm, and Yong'an, had besieged Jiyu Zhen. Using numbers to bully him, if this wasn't cheating, what was? Damn it. Elder Xian sat down on the rostrum with a thump. He didn't say anything. Many cultivators below the arena were also astonished. Luo Bairen and the others looked gloomy. The Blood Refining King is too shameless. He gave a stage 5 true martial realm blood puppet to Yong'an, said Fatty Li. Brother Gujian was tricked by them. If he can't break the formation, he'll definitely lose, said he Shualin. I'm afraid Brother Gujian won't be able to break the space confinement formation with his strength, said Wu Li. Luo Bairen clenched his fists. His eyes were cold, but he didn't say anything. On the stage, Yong'an took out some purple crystals and put them into the blood puppet. Then, he laughed sinisterly. Chapter 847. Within the array, Fang Chen stared at Yong'an through the array with a gloomy face. Blood puppet at LV5 genuine martial realm? Fang Chen muttered to himself. No one was more familiar with blood puppets than him. After all, he had been refined into a blood puppet by the Blood Refining King. The most important question now was how to escape. Jiyu Zhen, go to hell. Yong'an growled. Blood puppet exuded a terrifying aura and launched a fierce attack at Fang Chen. At the same time, Yong'an's figure flashed as he dashed into the array. Void travel. Fang Chen's eyes shot out a ray of golden light as he stared at Yong'an. At this moment, he couldn't care less and activated the strongest form of the true intent of the void. All this while, Fang Chen had disguised the true intent of the void as another space-related true intent. At this moment, Fang Chen displayed the true form of the true intent of the void. Void travel was an ability that the true intent of the void had given to Fang Chen. Crash. As soon as the void travel was displayed, the true intent of the void around Fang Chen condensed to the maximum. Immediately after, Fang Chen's figure disappeared from the formation. Bang! Using the true intent of the void, Fang Chen wanted to leave the array. However, he failed. Fang Chen's figure appeared from the void. His face was ashen. Ha ha ha, you want to break the confinement array? Dream on. Yong'an and his blood puppet were about to attack. Fang Chen's mind was filled with thoughts as he tried to think of a way to break out of the array. Fang Chen had only cultivated the true intent of the void to the 1st grade. If he had reached the 2nd grade, breaking out of the array would be child's play. At this moment, Elder Xian was extremely worried. Below the arena, Luo Bairen and the others were also staring at Jiyu Jian in the array. Yong'an's face was filled with a sinister smile. It was as if he could already see Jiyu Jian dying in front of him, and his heart was filled with excitement. As Bloodmaned was about to enter the formation, Fang Chen's spatial ring suddenly vibrated. Immediately afterward, Fang Chen discovered that the token transformed from the head in the cauldron had instantly appeared in his hand. Fang Chen held the sword token in his hand, and ripples appeared, stirring up the surrounding power of heaven and earth. What happened? Holding the sword token, Fang Chen felt as if he had merged with the void. The appearance of the sword medallion made Fang Chen's body extremely compatible with the space of the sword burial prefecture. Void travel. Fang Chen once again used void travel. This time, the true will of the void surrounded Fang Chen's body. Swoosh! Fang Chen successfully emerged from the array and appeared in the arena. At this moment, Fang Chen's face had completely darkened. Void destruction / Fang Chen put away the sword token and shouted in a low voice. The true will of the void combined with the void destruction / appeared in front of Yong'an Pucci. The hidden star sword stabbed into Yong'an's body. His out. Seeing Fang Chen suddenly appear, the blood-refining king's face changed and he cried out involuntarily. No one knew the power of the spatial imprisonment array better than him. Even an ordinary LV6 true martial realm martial artist would not be able to escape. Jiyu Jian had actually come out, and he was unharmed. Elder Xian, who had been frowning, revealed an excited smile. In the arena, Fang Chen's hidden star sword stabbed into Yong'an's body. By the time Yong'an reacted, the black flames had already invaded his body. Bloodmaned. Yong'an roared and waved his hand, ordering Bloodmaned to continue attacking Fang Chen. In the face of Bloodmane's fierce attack, Fang Chen sneered. Whoosh! After pulling out the hidden star sword from Yong'an's body, Fang Chen turned around and leaped toward Bloodmaned. In front of everyone's stunned eyes, Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced Bloodmane's chest in a perfect posture. Crack! Bloodmane's body instantly exploded. Bloodmaned, who was at LV5 true martial realm, was easily killed by Fang Chen. The entire sword battle arena went completely crazy. All the martial artists looked at Jiyu Jian in a frenzy, and their hearts were in turmoil. How powerful did a LV4 true martial realm martial artist need to be to kill a puppet at LV5 true martial realm with a single slash? At this moment, even the blood-refining king could not sit still. He stood up and prepared to stop Fang Chen. Blood-refining king, are you going to intervene? Elder Xian stopped the blood-refining king. The blood-refining king's expression changed, but he did not act rashly. In the arena, when Fang Chen destroyed Bloodmaned, Yong'an's last hope was finally extinguished. I admit it. Seeing Fang Chen walking toward him, Yong'an roared in a hoarse voice. He wanted to admit defeat so that he would not be killed by Jiyu Jian. As long as there is life, there is hope. However, Fang Chen would not give him such a chance. When Yong'an said that he could read, the hidden star sword had already pierced his mind. Dong! Yong'an's soul was shaken and shattered instantly. Yong'an's body twitched and finally fell to the ground, his soul scattered. Stop! Seeing Fang Chen's intention to kill Yong'an, the blood refinement king bellowed when he saw the hidden star sword stabbing towards Yong'an. At the same time, his figure flashed and appeared on the stage. However, it was too late. His disciple, Yong'an, was already dead. You killed my disciple. You deserve to die. The blood-refining king's eyes were scarlet and he was furious. How could a true martial realm martial artist compare to the anger of a mysterious king? Fang Chen suddenly felt a pressure on his chest. His body was imprisoned and he could not move. Blood-refining king, stop. Elder Xian flew over and stood in front of Fang Chen as he berated loudly. This person killed my disciple. How can I remain indifferent? Roared the blood-refining king. Blood-refining king, this was a battle of life and death. Your disciple was too weak to be killed. How can you blame Jiyu Jian? Said Elder Xian. Yong'an has already admitted defeat, said the blood-refining king coldly. A battle of life and death is decided by one side's death, said Elder Xian. The blood-refining king stared at Fang Chen. If looks could kill, Fang Chen would have been killed countless times already. If I don't do something today, how will I be able to survive in the sword burial prefecture? Said the blood-refining king sinisterly. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of heaven and earth surged around Lord Blood Refining. Seeing this, Elder Xian attacked without hesitation. The battle between two mysterious kings immediately attracted the attention of countless martial artists. Rumble. The entire sword battle arena shook. The power of a mysterious king was not something ordinary people could compare to. Bang! The blood-refining king punched Elder Xian's body. At the same time, Elder Xian's fist also landed on the blood-refining king. The entire sword arena was shaking. At this moment, a melodious voice came from the depths of the arena. Let's end this here. This melodious voice instantly stabilized the restless situation in the sword arena. Even Elder Xian and the blood-refining king, who were fighting fiercely, quietened down. The sword arena's ancestor, thought the blood-refining king. That aura just now had made his heart throb. Who else could it be but the sword arena's ancestor? It was rumored that the ancestor was nearing the end of his lifespan and had been in seclusion, seeking a breakthrough. Moreover, this ancestor's strength was stronger than King Blood Refinement to begin with. Under normal circumstances, a mysterious king who was nearing the end of his lifespan would go crazy. No one would fear him when he went crazy. No one knew what he would do. All of you, leave. That voice rang out once again. The blood-refining king gave up. Looking at the situation, he could not kill Jiyu Jian today. The blood-refining king glared at Jiyu Jian and said coldly, "Kid, you will regret offending me." After saying that, the blood-refining king turned and left. Blood-refining king, my 1,000,000 purple crystals. At this moment, Fatty Li suddenly remembered and shouted. The blood-refining king, who had just left, was stunned when he heard the Fatty's shameless voice. He was furious and threw out 1,000,000 purple crystals with a wave of his hand. The Fatty took the 1,000,000 purple crystals and laughed wildly. Many martial artists around were sad and happy. Some martial artists sighed inwardly. The blood-refining king had suffered a double loss this time. Not only did he lose 1,000,000 purple crystals, but he also lost his disciple and a level 5 true martial realm blood puppet. It was a great loss. Follow me. Elder Xian left the arena with Fang Chen. Fatty Li, who was grinning from ear to ear, was distributing purple crystals to everyone. Below the arena, in a luxurious palace, an old man with a yellow face sat cross-legged on a futon. His body was filled with traces of death qi. Old ancestor. Elder Xian brought Fang Chen here. You're here. The old ancestor raised his head and looked at Fang Chen. Being stared at by the old ancestor, Fang Chen felt that his secret had been seen by the old ancestor. After a long time, the old ancestor said in a hoarse voice, "Take out your token and let me see it." Okay. Fang Chen was surprised. Did the old ancestor call him here for the sword token? Although he was puzzled, Fang Chen still took it out. The old ancestor's withered hand took the token and carefully observed it. Fang Chen saw that the expression on the patriarch's face kept changing. Finally, the old ancestor suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, after so many years, I finally found it. The old ancestor's voice was filled with sadness. Old ancestor, are you okay? Elder Xian asked worriedly. The old ancestor held the sword token in his hand, and a long-lost smile appeared on his withered face. Then, he looked at Fang Chen and said, "Where did you get this token?" Fang Chen didn't hide anything. He told the old ancestor about how he got the 3-legged 2-eared cauldron and how he came to the sword burial prefecture. After hearing Fang Chen's story, the old ancestor shook his head and said, "You're back. You're finally back." At this moment, the sword token trembled. Old ancestor, what's going on? Elder Xian asked, puzzled. Chapter 848. The ancestor slowly raised his head and regained his composure. With a thought, the token returned to Fang Chen's hand. "This token is the personal token of my sworn brother," said the ancestor. Fang Chen was shocked. So the head in the cauldron really was an expert from the burial sword prefecture. But why would he appear in the ancient sword continent? Both Elder Xian and Fang Chen were puzzled. However, the ancestor clearly didn't want to talk about anything else. He waved his hand and said, "You can leave." Elder Xian nodded and left with Fang Chen. Cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword as soon as possible and head to the burial sword city. Your doubts will be answered then, said the ancestor. Returning to the ground of the sword arena, Fang Chen's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Jiyu Jian, I'll deal with today's matter. Go back and rest, said Elder Xian. Jiyu Jian's killing of Yong'an and the destruction of a fifth-stage true martial realm expert's blood puppet had shocked Golden Sword City. Some martial artists even believed that Jiyu Jian's strength was on par with the top experts of the younger generation, Luo Bairen and Wu Li. In short, everyone in Golden Sword City was talking about Jiyu Jian. The atmosphere in the Lord of Blood Refining's residence was extremely solemn. The Lord of Blood Refining was furious that he had lost his disciple, a fifth-stage true martial realm expert, and 1,000,000 purple crystals. However, the ancestor of the sword arena had appeared, so he didn't dare to say anything. Jiyu Jian, I'll kill you, said the Lord of Blood Refining furiously. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, Fang Chen was quietly resting in the courtyard. The little mouse came out of the special space with a whoosh. Boss, said the little mouse with a grave expression. What's wrong? Asked Fang Chen. Boss, I feel that my cultivation has been rising too quickly ever since I came to the burial sword prefecture, said the little mouse. Your cultivation is rising too quickly? Fang Chen was puzzled. Even I find the speed of his cultivation inconceivable. The little mouse said, I vaguely feel like I belong here. Everything here feels very familiar. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. Was the little mouse really from the sword burial state? At this moment, Fang Chen recalled what the ancestor of the sword arena had said. The owner of the sword token was his sworn brother. The owner of the sword token was the head inside the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. It was also because of the little mouse that he discovered the three-legged cauldron. Could it be that the little mouse is related to the head in the cauldron? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. With such a detailed analysis, he increasingly felt that the little mouse was related to the head in the cauldron. Don't worry, I will definitely find the mystery of your birth. Fang Chen patted the little mouse's head and said softly, everything was definitely not a coincidence. The little mouse had discovered the three-legged, two-eared cauldron outside the Five Elements Academy, and the head in the cauldron happened to be the head of the sword burial state. Previously, Fang Chen had learned from Elder Xian that the founder of the Five Elements Academy was from the sword burial state. After connecting all these pieces of information together, Fang Chen was shocked to find out. The source of everything was in the sword burial state. The answer to everything was in the sword burial state. When I master the ancient golden invincible sword, I will be able to go to the sword burial city. The truth will be revealed then, Fang Chen thought to himself. In the few days after killing Yong'an, many mystic kings came to visit Fang Chen. However, they were all rejected by Fang Chen. These mystic kings all wanted to befriend Fang Chen. After the battle with Yong'an, they clearly understood Jiyu Jian's potential. Moreover, Jiyu Jian was the first cultivator in the past 100 years to trigger 9 rings of the ancient golden bell. For a time, an endless stream of mystic kings came to the sword arena. The sword arena instantly became lively. As for the main character, Fang Chen, he was quietly cultivating. After the battle with Yong'an, Fang Chen learned a lot and knew many of his shortcomings. The reason why he was able to kill Yong'an was because of many tricks. After the battle, Fang Chen had summed up a few points. First, the grade of his true meaning of the void was too low, and he couldn't unleash its true power. Without the support of the sword token, he wouldn't be able to penetrate the spatial imprisonment array. Second, he was able to destroy the blood puppet with one strike because he had been refined into a blood puppet by the blood refining monarch. He knew the internal structure of the blood puppet better than anyone else, so he was able to pierce the core of the blood puppet with one strike. These 2 points were indispensable. However, Fang Chen had both to kill Yong'an. Even now, the blood-refining monarch still couldn't figure out how Jiyu Jian could penetrate the spatial imprisonment array and kill the blood puppet with one strike. It was a mystery that no one could solve except for Jiyu Jian. Given the blood-refining monarch's character, he would have taken action if Jiyu Jian killed his disciple even if Elder Shen stopped him. However, the blood-refining monarch didn't dare to act rashly after alerting the patriarch of the sword arena. A few days later, the news of the battle between Jiyu Jian and Yong-an still hadn't dissipated. On a certain day, a group of people arrived at the Golden Sword City. In the meeting hall of the blood-refining monarch's residence. Blood-refining monarch, the Azura Sword City has come to the Golden Sword City for two reasons. First, to exchange pointers with the younger generation, and second, to discuss some matters with you. A middle-aged man said softly, Lord Xiaoyun, I can agree to the Azura Sword Sect's request, but I also have a request. The blood-refining monarch pondered for a moment and said, the Azura Sword City was adjacent to the Golden Sword City. The Azura Sword Sect was the absolute overlord of the Azura Sword City, and the Azura Bell was controlled by the Azura Sword Sect. The Azura Sword Sect's members cultivated the Azura Sword City's sword art, the Azura Sword Art, which was extremely tyrannical. Xiaoyun was the Azura Sword Sect's deacon elder, and he was here to represent the Azura Sword Sect. Oh, what's your request? Xiaoyun asked softly. Lord Xiaoyun, my disciple died at the hands of a thief not long ago. Unfortunately, that thief was protected by the sword arena's elder Shen, so I couldn't take revenge. Xuelian said gloomily. What's the cultivation of the person who killed Yong-an? Xiaoyun asked. Peak Stage 4 True Martial Realm, but his fighting strength is comparable to a Stage 6 True Martial Realm expert. Oh, when did the Golden Sword City have such a genius? Xiaoyun was surprised. Lord Xiaoyun, this person is not only strong, but also talented. Not long ago, the golden ancient bell rang 9 times. The blood-refining monarch said. Hearing this, Xiaoyun fell into silence. It could be seen that the 9 chimes of the bell had shaken him greatly. After a long time, Xiaoyun said, 9 rings, this person's talent must be monstrous. At this moment, Xiaoyun already had an idea. Lord Xiaoyun, the blood-refining monarch asked. Leave this matter to me. This competition of the younger generation will be the day this person dies. Xiaoyun said. The Azura Sword City and Golden Sword City had always been competitors. If he could use this opportunity to get rid of the Golden Sword City's monstrous genius and recruit the blood-refining monarch, why not? Alright, since Lord Xiaoyun is so straightforward, I won't refuse. As long as this person dies, I'll join the Azura Sword Sect. The blood-refining monarch said straightforwardly. In the past, the Azura Sword Sect had tried to recruit the blood-refining monarch many times. The latter also wanted to join the Azura Sword Sect, but he didn't agree. This time, because of Jiyu Jian, the blood-refining monarch accepted the Azura Sword Sect's request without hesitation. Xiaoyun laughed when he heard that. He had to thank Jiyu Jian. If it weren't for him, the blood-refining monarch wouldn't have joined the Azura Sword Sect so easily. The blood-refining monarch was famous for refining blood puppets. Although he wasn't the strongest in the profound king realm, many forces wanted to recruit him. The blood-refining monarch's blood puppets were very famous. If the Azura Sword Sect wanted to expand, they needed the blood-refining monarch. Tomorrow, I'll bring people to the sword arena, said Xiaoyun. The blood-refining monarch was wild with joy. The sword arena also knew about the Azura Sword Sect's arrival. Elder Shen summoned a few other mysterious kings to discuss this matter. How should we deal with the Azura Sword Sect's visit? Asked Elder Shen. What are you afraid of? Our Golden Sword City's younger generation has Luo Bairen, Wu Li, and Jiyu Jian. Why should we be afraid of the Azura Sword Sect? Laughed the Glacier Monarch. The other mystic kings nodded as well. The Azura Sword Sect's arrival is fierce. They definitely have a trump card. Don't be careless, warned Elder Shen. Don't worry. Our ancient golden invincible sword isn't any weaker than their Azura sword art. It didn't take long for everyone to reach a unanimous decision. Then, they split up and gathered the younger generation. When Luo Bairen and the others found out about this, they couldn't wait to join the battle. It's been a long time since I've fought with my full strength. Let the Azura Sword Sect's people be my stepping stones, said Luo Bairen. Chapter 849. The Azura Sword City was one of the many cities in the Burial Sword Province. It was adjacent to the Golden Sword City. However, everyone knew that the sword cultivators of the Azura Sword City were much stronger than the cultivators of the Golden Sword City. Furthermore, the Azura Sword City was very unified. The Azura Sword Sect was the strongest. It wasn't like the Golden Sword City, where there were many experts. Although the sword arena was the strongest among the many powers, the other powers weren't weak either. Therefore, the sword arena wasn't able to suppress everyone. There was another reason. The sword cultivators of the Azura Sword Sect specialized in the Azura Sword Dao. When the Azura Sword Dao was mentioned, countless cultivators would be moved. The Azura Sword Dao was a fiendish sword Dao. Sword cultivators who cultivated this sword Dao were filled with evil qi. Therefore, the disciples of the Azura Sword Sect were all very battle-hungry. Almost every year, they would come to the Golden Sword City to spar. With the arrival of the Azura Sword City, the various powers of the Golden Sword City gathered together to discuss how to deal with the Azura Sword City. The Golden Sword City had the Golden Ancient Bell. Anyone who wanted to obtain the ancient Undying Sword Art had to obtain the Golden Ancient Bell's approval. As for the Azura Sword City, they had the Azura Bell. If one wanted to obtain the Azura Sword City's ultimate technique, they had to obtain the Azura Bell's approval. This time, the Azura Sword Sect had come with great momentum. They had sent their sect's young geniuses to sweep through the younger generation of the Golden Sword City. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under Xiao Yun's lead, the Azura Sword Sect's group arrived at the sword arena. The location of the battle between the two cities' young geniuses was the sword arena. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yun, long time no see. Elder Xian welcomed the Azura Sword Sect's group. Elder Xian. Xiao Yun nodded slightly. Although Xiao Yun was also a profound king, he didn't dare to act rashly in front of Elder Xian. Elder Xian was a veteran expert. His cultivation was unfathomable. Even the other elders of the Azura Sword Sect wouldn't dare to act rashly against him. Therefore, Xiao Yun was still very polite to Elder Xian. Elder Xian, I've already been in the Golden Sword City for 3 days. How are your preparations? Xiao Yun smiled. This way, please. Elder Xian grinned and said, everything is ready. After that, Elder Xian brought Xiao Yun and the rest to a very spacious arena. This arena was obviously built at the last minute. There was a row of rostrum at the front of the arena. Xiao Yun, take the seat of honor. Elder Xian said. Xiao Yun nodded, then sat on the platform. As for the younger generation disciples of the Azura Sword Sect, they sat in the resting area on the right. Luo Bairen and the others had already arrived. When they saw the younger generation of the Azura Sword Sect, their eyes lit up. Elder Xian, I'm sure you're clear about the purpose of my Azura Sword Sect's visit this time. Xiao Yun laughed as he sat on the platform. I believe Xiao Yun already has an idea. Elder Xian asked. Xiao Yun nodded. At the beginning, let's have the younger generation interact with each other. When it's over, we'll have the 3 official matches. How about it? Elder Xian nodded and immediately agreed. Since that's the case, from now on, time will be handed over to the younger generation, Xiao Yun said. After the 2 mysterious kings finished their discussion, they no longer paid attention to the younger generation and chatted with each other. From the Azura Sword Sect's camp, a figure walked up to the arena. Azura Sword Sect's Luo Hao. I wonder if anyone from the Golden Sword City is willing to spar with me? Luo Hao, who was wearing a black robe, asked in a deep voice as he looked around the area where Luo Bairen and the others were. Luo Hao's cultivation was at LV4 true martial realm. In the eyes of Luo Bairen and the others, he was nothing to be afraid of. Since it was an exchange, Luo Bairen and the other geniuses would definitely be the finale. Let me. The person who spoke was a man called Ding Hu. His cultivation was also at LV4 true martial realm. Originally, LV4 true martial realm cultivators were already considered geniuses in the Golden Sword City. However, because of Fatty Li and He Shualin, the 2 invincible LV4 true martial realm cultivators, their radiance was dim. This time, Ding Hu was going to fight to clear his name. "You're no match for me," Luo Hao snorted and said disdainfully when he saw Ding Hu go up to the arena. "Whether I am or not, we'll know after we fight," Ding Hu said coldly. "All right." As soon as Luo Hao's voice fell, a vast sword intent suddenly emerged from his body. A monstrous aura instantly filled the air. Swoosh! A long sword appeared in Luo Hao's hand without anyone noticing. On the tip of the long sword, there was a black dot of light. This black dot of light contained a vast aura. When this black dot of light condensed to its limit, Luo Hao's figure suddenly moved. Azura sword skill. Luo Hao displayed the Azura sword skill. Instantly, a blood-red sword light shot out from the long sword. These sword lights contained a dense aura of death. Is this the Azura sword skill? Fang Chen thought to himself as he watched Luo Hao display the Azura sword skill. This Azura sword skill was the complete opposite of the ancient golden immortal sword skill. The ancient golden immortal sword skill was sharp and domineering. The Azura sword skill was gloomy and bloody. It was no wonder that sword cultivators who practiced the Azura sword skill were filled with hostility. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He could see that Luo Hao's strength was much stronger than Ding Hu's. Sure enough, just as Fang Chen shook his head, the Azura sword skill on the stage directly defeated Ding Hu's sword light and forced him to retreat. "No!" Ding Hu roared and pushed the ancient golden immortal sword skill to its limit. Carrying a monstrous aura, he instantly attacked Luo Hao. The ancient golden immortal sword skill is only SOSO. Luo Hao coldly snorted and lightly waved the long sword in his hand. Instantly, a dazzling sword light crossed the void and appeared in front of Ding Hu's chest. Ding Hu was shocked when he saw this. He instantly gave up his attack and retreated. Bang! The dazzling sword light exploded in the void and the shockwave sent Ding Hu flying. Ding Hu fell to the ground with an apologetic expression. "Ding Hu, are you all right?" A cultivator hurriedly ran over to help Ding Hu up and asked worriedly. Ding Hu limped back to the Golden Sword City's camp. He looked at Luo Bairen apologetically and said, "I'm sorry." Luo Bairen gently patted Ding Hu's shoulder, indicating that he was fine. "It's just a small victory. Who else wants to spar with me?" After Luo Hao's victory, his face was full of arrogance. He simply didn't put the Golden Sword City's cultivators in his eyes. He Xuelin was furious and wanted to attack. But he was stopped by another cultivator. "Let me." This cultivator and Ding Hu were like brothers. Seeing Ding Hu defeated and humiliated by Luo Hao, he was ready to take revenge for Ding Hu. Seeing this, he Xuelin nodded. "Are there no more cultivators in Golden Sword City? Why are they all so weak?" Luo Hao looked at this cultivator and said arrogantly, "ALV4 true martial realm cultivator shouldn't embarrass yourself. You're not my match." Hearing Luo Hao's arrogant voice, this cultivator was even more furious. "You're courting death," the warrior shouted in a low voice. In an instant, he raised his ancient golden immortal sword technique to the extreme and started fighting with Luo Hao. After a while, Luo Hao found this cultivator's weakness and directly sent him flying. Asking for humiliation. Luo Hao was extremely arrogant and sneered. At this time, many geniuses in the Shura sword sect area were smiling. With Luo Hao's strength, no one in the LV4 true martial realm is his match, a thin man said. That's not necessarily true, the man in the blood-red robe said indifferently. Senior brother Lu, are you talking about Jiu Jian? Seeing the man in the blood-red robe speak, other cultivators asked doubtfully. Senior brother Lu didn't speak. His gaze passed through the arena and looked at the Golden Sword City's camp. Finally, his gaze fell on Fang Chen. Fang Chen, who was seated cross-legged, suddenly felt a fiery gaze. He immediately raised his head and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered the provocative gaze of the blood-red robed man. Fang Chen stared at the man in the blood-red robe. At this time, the man's eyes revealed a trace of disdain, and then he looked away. This person's soul is very strong, Fang Chen thought to himself. If he guessed correctly, the man in the blood-red robe could be considered a peerless genius in the Shura sword sect. Fang Chen, who was thinking, was interrupted by Luo Hao's arrogant voice. I'm invincible in the LV4 true martial realm, Luo Hao said arrogantly. Hearing this, He Xuelin stood up. His face was gloomy, and he jumped onto the arena. How laughable. With your strength, you dare to call yourself invincible in the LV4 true martial realm? He Xuelin sneered. Who are you? Luo Hao felt the powerful aura from He Xuelin and asked coldly. He Xuelin. You're He Xuelin? Luo Hao's eyes lit up. Obviously, he had also heard of He Xuelin. I've long heard of your name in Shura Sword City. I heard that you're invincible in the LV4 true martial realm of Golden Sword City. If I can defeat you, then I'll be invincible in the LV4 true martial realm, Luo Hao said eerily. I'm afraid you don't have the ability, He Xuelin said. He Xuelin always gave people a gentle and refined aura. It was rare to see him angry. At this moment, He Xuelin was looking at Luo Hao with a face full of anger. Obviously, he was really angry. Brother Gujian, do you think He Xuelin can defeat Luo Hao? Fatty Li glanced at Gujian and asked. He should be able to, Gujian said. This Luo Hao is really laughable. Brother Gujian didn't say anything, yet he dares to call himself invincible in the LV4 true martial realm. Fatty Li grinned. In everyone's heart, only Gujian was worthy of the title of invincible in the LV4 true martial realm. Luo Hao didn't have that qualification. In a flash, He Xuelin and Luo Hao began to fight on the arena. One person used the ancient golden immortal sword art, the other used the Shura sword art. The battle became more and more intense. It had to be said that He Xuelin's strength was very strong. In a short while, he completely gained the upper hand and took control of the battle. Damn it! Luo Hao was forced to retreat step by step. He roared loudly, and the long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. Chapter 850. It's useless. He Xuelin sneered as he suppressed Luo Hao from a higher position. Crack! He Xuelin shattered Luo Hao's Shura sword light with the ancient golden immortal swordsmanship, destroying Luo Hao's last hope. With a whoosh, He Xuelin appeared in front of Luo Hao and kicked him out of the arena. Invincible in the LV4 genuine martial realm. What a joke. He Xuelin sneered. Luo Hao was furious after his defeat. He Xuelin, I'm going to kill you. Luo Hao got up from the ground and roared furiously. Aren't you ashamed? Suddenly, a voice shocked Luo Hao. Luo Hao suppressed the anger in his heart and returned to the Shura sword sect's camp when he heard the man in the blood-red robe speak. Senior brother Lu, I can beat him. Luo Hao lowered his head and said. You still haven't figured out your strength. The man in the blood-red robe called Senior Brother Lu said harshly. Senior Brother Lu is right. Luo Hao said and went to the back row. After the defeat, a martial artist from the Shura sword sect's camp stepped onto the arena. Let me see what you're capable of. Bang! Bang! The two of them fought fiercely. After about a quarter of an hour, He Xuelin found an opportunity and defeated the Shura sword sect's martial artist. In the following time, people from both sides continued to step onto the arena. After 3 consecutive victories, He Xuelin was finally defeated by a LV5 genuine martial realm martial artist. Later on, Fatty Li also went up. He won a match, but he encountered a monster in the 5th level of the true martial realm, and was defeated in the end. The friendly spar lasted for 6 hours. The younger generation of both sides had basically fought with each other. There were victories and defeats. Of course, everyone knew that the exchanges in the early stages were nothing. The real highlight was the last 3 official battles. During this period, Fang Chen didn't make a move. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but the martial artists sent by the other side were too weak to resist his attacks. Luo Bairen and Wu Li didn't make a move either. The 3 of them seemed to have discussed it beforehand and were ready for the last 3 battles. Of course, Jiyu Zhen's strength was more than enough to participate in the last battle. Finally, after 6 hours, the people from both sides no longer stepped onto the stage. At this time, Elder Xian, Xiao Yun, and the others were talking and laughing as they looked at the arena. Elder Xian, the younger generation has exchanged for 6 hours. Why don't we start the last 3 battles? Xiao Yun smiled. Okay. Elder Xian said. When Xiao Yun heard this, he gave a look to the Azura Sword Sect's camp. Immediately, a martial artist ascended the arena. Elder Xian, the younger generation is having so much fun interacting with each other. There's no point in us just sitting around. Why don't we make a bet? Xiao Yun laughed. What do you want to bet? Asked Elder Xiao Yun. It's simple. Let's bet 1 million purple crystals, Xiao Yun said confidently. All right. Elder Xian replied. 1 million purple crystals, to the two of them, was not a small amount. After the bet was established, Xiao Yun's eyes were full of smiles. He was very clear about Shura Sword Sect's strength. His Shura Sword Sect would definitely win this bet. The Shura Sword Sect's people stepped onto the arena. My name is Shi Ming. Who wants to spar with me? A tall and sturdy man stood on the arena. Let me, said Fang Chen. Of the three of them, his cultivation was the lowest. He should be the one to fight. But just as Fang Chen was about to stand up, Shi Ming suddenly said, I won't fight you. Your senior apprentice brother Lu's cup of tea. Fang Chen was startled. He looked at the Shura Sword Sect's camp. The man in blood-red robes was looking at him with narrowed eyes. I'll go. Wu Li jumped onto the arena. Wu Li, you're Wu Li? Shi Ming's eyes widened as he looked at Wu Li. You talk too much nonsense, said Wu Li impatiently. Shura sword skill. Shi Ming was enraged. He directly used the Shura sword skill. But his cultivation was inferior to Wu Li's. When Wu Li used the ancient golden invincible sword, he was instantly suppressed. Too weak, said Wu Li. As soon as Wu Li finished speaking, the sword in his hand strangely stabbed out. It instantly pierced Shi Ming's arm. Pucha caught off guard, Shi Ming's arm was injured and his body was forced out of the arena. Xiao Yun, Golden Sword City wins the first round, laughed old Xian. Xiao Yun calmly nodded. After Wu Li defeated Shi Ming, he walked off the arena. Shi Ming was furious. He looked at senior apprentice brother Lu and asked, Senior apprentice brother Lu, why didn't you let me deal with Jiyu Zhen? Compared to the final plan, one loss is nothing, said senior apprentice brother Lu. The Shura Sword Sect sent out a man called Jiyu Yiming for the second round. His cultivation had reached the 6th stage of the true martial realm. In the Shura Sword Sect, he was second only to Lu Tianzi. Luo Bairen, come up. Clearly, Jiyu Yiming had been waiting for Luo Bairen. Lu Tianzi secretly gave the order to leave Jiyu Zhen to him. He wanted to personally kill Jiyu Zhen. So the remaining Wu Li and Luo Bairen were assigned to Jiyu Yiming and Shi Ming. Shi Ming was a bit miserable. He was defeated by Wu Li in the first round. As for the second round, Jiyu Yiming swore he had to win, and he had to win decisively. Crash. Luo Bairen's figure flashed and he stepped onto the arena. If I win, there's no need for the third round, said Luo Bairen. Luo Bairen was the strongest of Golden Sword City's younger generation. His strength had reached an unfathomable level. Luo Bairen's body emitted a terrifying aura as he stared at Jiyu Yiming. Do you think you still have a chance to win? Laughed Jiyu Yiming. Xiao. Jiyu Yiming flicked his wrist and a sword appeared in his hand. Jiyu Yiming personally pulled out the scabbard and a bloody light soared into the sky. This was a sword that Jiyu Yiming had refined with his own blood. It was closely related to the Shura sword skill. Luo Bairen, start the battle. Jiyu Yiming's foot tapped against the ground and he charged at Luo Bairen. At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched Luo Bairen. Child's play. Luo Bairen stood on his tiptoes. Using his right leg as a foundation, he spun and punched out. When their fists collided, both of them retreated. Is there any meaning in probing like this? Sneered Luo Bairen. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll fulfill your wish. Jiyu Yiming sneered. In his sea of qi, spiritual qi surged. The sword will around him was pushed to the extreme. It directly merged with the bloodlight and drilled into the long sword. Shura sword skill. Jiyu Yiming roared. The sword in his hand strangely slashed through the air. Wherever the long sword passed, the surrounding air would dissipate in all directions. En. Below the ring, Fang Chen's eyes flickered after seeing this. Grade 3 sword intent is so tyrannical, muttered Fang Chen to himself. Both Luo Bairen and Jiyu Yiming's sword intent had reached grade 3. Jiyu Yiming's was slightly stronger, reaching the peak of grade 3. Fang Chen could clearly feel the difference between grade 3 and grade 2 true meanings. Jiyu Yiming's Shura sword skill has also reached the subtle realm, said Fang Chen. At the same grade, the Shura sword skill was clearly stronger than the ancient golden undying sword skill. The ancient golden undying sword skill had a balance between offense and defense, while the Shura sword skill focused on offense. Dong. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a deafening sound came from the arena. Immediately after, a wild sword intent spread out in an instant, causing the crowd to be unable to see clearly what was going on in the arena. At this time, on the main stage, Xiao Yun grinned. It looks like my Shura sword sect is going to win this second round. True martial realm experts were unable to clearly see the situation on the stage, but mysterious king realm experts could see it clearly with a single glance. At this time, Luo Bairen and Jiyu Yiming's swords had collided. Although it looked like they were evenly matched, Luo Bairen had already suffered internal injuries. The Shura sword chi had invaded his body, corroding his internal organs. If he continued to fight, he would suffer disastrous losses. Crash! The soaring sword intent dissipated, and the two stood quietly on the arena. Is it necessary to continue fighting? Jiyu Yiming asked first. You won. Luo Bairen's voice was hoarse, and his heart was filled with helplessness. Turning around, Luo Bairen slowly walked out of the ring, leaving a meaningful back view for the audience. This battle was a big blow to Luo Bairen. He had always thought that he was invincible in the LV6 true martial realm. This defeat was like a wake-up call to Luo Bairen, waking him up to reality. Brother Luo. Fatty Li called. Luo Bairen waved his hand and closed his eyes, looking tired. Jiyu Yiming walked down the arena, and Lu Tianze in a blood-red robe came up. I am Lu Tianze. Lu Tianze said loudly. Seeing Lu Tianze on the arena, Elder Shen's face turned pale. Lu Tianze was much stronger than Jiyu Jian. Jiyu Jian couldn't defeat him. Fang Chen gently patted Luo Bairen's shoulder and walked up the arena. I heard that you caused the ancient golden bell to ring 9 times. Lu Tianze looked at Jiyu Jian mockingly. Fang Chen didn't say anything, staring at Lu Tianze. So what? In the end, you're not as good as me, a martial artist who caused the Azura bell to ring 7 times. Lu Tianze laughed. If I were the same age as you, or in the same realm as you, I would beat you until you couldn't stand up. Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Lu Tianze's eyes flickered, and then he laughed. Same realm? That's ridiculous. Fang Chen, in the LV4 true martial realm, killed Yong'an and destroyed Shuemang. This was no joke. Lu Tianze had also heard of this, which was why he asked Shi Ming and Jiyu Yiming to leave Jiyu Jian for him. He wanted to suppress and kill Jiyu Jian with his absolute strength. Because Jiyu Jian's life was related to whether the blood-refining king would join the Azura sword sect. Moreover, there was another more important reason. Lu Tianze couldn't accept that an ant-like martial artist could cause the ancient golden bell to ring 9 times, while a monstrous genius like him could only cause the Azura bell to ring 7 times. When Lu Tianze walked up the arena, he was already prepared. Jiyu Jian would die without a doubt. On the main stage, Elder Shen muttered in his heart. He hoped that Jiyu Jian would admit defeat. Once the battle started, the situation would be out of control. Being injured by Lu Tianze wouldn't be worth it. In Xiao Yun's heart, he was also secretly calculating. As long as Jiyu Jian died, the blood-refining monarch would definitely join the Azura sword sect. Chapter 851. Lu Tianze was the #1 genius of Shura sword sect. His potential was comparable to Luo Bairen's. Back then, he had also triggered 7 chimes of the Shura bell when he challenged it. Like the ancient golden bell, the Shura bell was an ancient treasure. It contained the Shura sword skill that specialized in killing. One could only obtain the Shura sword skill if they were recognized by the Shura bell. The only difference was that the Shura bell was completely controlled by Shura sword sect. They could activate it whenever they wanted. However, the ancient golden bell was different. Every time it was activated, it required a huge amount of resources. Therefore, the major forces would only activate it once a year. This time, Lu Tianzi's mission was to kill Jiyu Jian. He stared at Jiyu Jian with eyes full of disdain. Although Lu Tianzi's cultivation was only at LV6 true martial realm, no one below LV7 was his match. How could a mere LV4 true martial realm martial artist be his match? Crash! A majestic aura surged around Lu Tianzi's body. There was a sinister smile on Lu Tianzi's face. His blood-red robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Lu Tianzi clenched his fists. A vast amount of spiritual qi gushed out from his qi sea. Lu Tianzi's fist was instantly wrapped in spiritual qi. He punched towards Fang Chen. Rumble. This punch was too powerful. Even a LV6 true martial realm martial artist would not dare to face it head-on. So strong. Fang Chen also felt the power of Lu Tianzi's punch. Without hesitation, he used the 5 elements sword skill to block Lu Tianzi's attack. Crack! Wherever Lu Tianzi's fist passed, the air dissipated and the void was about to be torn apart. After colliding with Fang Chen's sword radiance, the 5 elements sword radiance was instantly shattered. Then, the terrifying fist radiance blasted towards Fang Chen's body. Bang! Sword chi surrounded Fang Chen's body. His late-stage refined body sword body was activated to the extreme. His defense was raised to the highest level. After being hit by the terrifying fist radiance, Fang Chen's body kept retreating. The sword chi around him revolved, resisting Lu Tianzi's fist radiance with difficulty. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chen's sword body had reached the late stage of the tempered body realm. It was comparable to a 9-star Dao body, but its defense was much stronger than a 9-star Dao body. His physical defense was already the strongest on the ancient sword continent. It was common knowledge that the 9-star Dao physique was the strongest physical defense on the ancient sword continent. As for Fang Chen's special physique, he had also cultivated to the level of a 9-star Great Path physique, which was amazing. Boom! In the end, under Fang Chen's powerful defense, Lu Tianzi's fist light instantly dissipated, while Fang Chen only took a few steps back. Seeing this, many martial artists below the ring widened their eyes. He actually managed to block senior apprentice brother Lu's attack with just his physical defense. Could it be that his physical strength has reached the level of a 9-star Dao body? 9-star Dao body. Is this kid a monster? In the Golden Sword City area, the eyes of Luo Bairen and the others flickered. After a long while, they sighed. Brother Gujian's potential is the strongest I've ever seen, Luo Bairen said softly. He's only at LV4 true martial realm, but he can easily defeat a LV5 true martial realm martial artist. His physical strength is also so strong, Wu Li said with a grin. Fatty Li and He Shualin were also speechless. Even a genius like Luo Bairen's physical strength had not reached the level of a 9-star Dao body. Yet, Gujian had managed to do it. On the main stage, Elder Xian and Xiao Yun's eyes flashed with a look of astonishment. Elder Xian, your sword arena has accepted a good disciple, Xiao Yun whispered, his eyes flickering. Elder Xian chuckled. He was very happy. Fang Chen had cultivated his physical body to the level of a 9-star Dao body with his own efforts. It was too difficult. In the beginning, Elder Xian was still worried. But now, after seeing Fang Chen's physical defense, he was no longer worried. Even if he could not defeat Lu Tianzi, he would not be seriously injured by him. This kid, Elder Xian said to himself. In the arena, Lu Tianzi stared at Fang Chen in surprise. After a long while, he sneered, 9-star Dao body? So what if he had a 9-star Dao body? He was just testing the waters. Next, the real attack would begin. Rumble. In an instant, the surrounding power of heaven and earth rushed into Lu Tianzi's body. A long sword appeared in Lu Tianzi's hand. This long sword was bright red, as if it was dripping blood. Lu Tianzi held the sword hilt. The sword trembled and emitted a sword cry, as if it was resonating with its master. Gujian, I'll show you the real Azura sword skill. Lu Tianzi growled. Suddenly, Azura sword chi appeared around his body. He then displayed the Azura sword skill. The Azura sword skill had a total of 5 levels, and each level was different. Lu Tianzi had already cultivated the Azura sword skill to the 4th level. As long as he could reach the 5th level, he would be able to enter the legendary burial sword city. Whoosh! Lu Tianzi's wrist shook. A blood-red long sword suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately, wild Azura sword chi emerged from the blood-red long sword. It quickly condensed into a ray of Azura sword light in the sky. This Azura sword light was different from the ones that Shi Ming and the others had condensed. This Azura sword light clearly contained an even stronger Azura sword chi. The first level of the Azura sword skill could condense 1 true Azura sword light. The second level could condense 2, and the third level could condense 3. Lu Tianzi had condensed 4 Azura sword lights in one go. In the sky, 4 terrifying Azura sword lights floated together. The tips of the swords were fixed on Fang Chen, ready to strike at any time. At this moment, Fang Chen did not hesitate to push the 5 elemental sword skill to its limits. The 5 elemental sword lights floated in the sky. Then, under Fang Chen's control, the 5 elemental sword lights blasted towards the 4 Azura sword lights in the sky. At the same time, Fang Chen used the soul attraction art. A green soul spirit emerged from his mind. Under the control of the soul attraction art, it turned into a green battle spear and followed the 5 elemental sword lights, shooting towards Lu Tianzi. Then, with a thought, Fang Chen activated the true meaning of void and disappeared. Although he already knew that Jiyu Jian possessed the true meaning of space, his heart was still shaken when he felt it for the first time. I can't feel it at all. Lu Tianzi's eyes flickered. A moment later, he controlled the 4 Azura sword lights to attack the 5 elemental sword lights. Catcher! The 5 elemental sword lights shattered, but only 1 Azura sword light shattered. The remaining 3 Azura sword lights continued to attack the green battle spear. Rumble! When the green battle spear collided with the 3 Azura sword lights, the attack of the Azura sword lights was stopped. The sound of metal colliding rang out. After a series of collisions, the green battle spear slowly dissipated. At the same time, 2 of the Azura sword lights were shattered. Out of the 4 Azura sword lights, only 1 remained. This last Azura sword light floated in the air, containing the strongest power, waiting for Fang Chen to appear. Damned true meaning of space. Lu Tianzi couldn't help cursing. Jiyu Jian activated the true meaning of space, hiding in the void, making it impossible for him to lock onto Jiyu Jian's position. In the void, Fang Chen's figure was hidden, and Lu Tianzi couldn't find him. Too strong, even if I use the void annihilation slash, I won't be able to defeat Lu Tianzi. Instead, I'll expose my identity. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Lu Tianzi's last Azura sword light was waiting for Fang Chen to appear. As long as Fang Chen appeared, he would definitely be hit by the Azura sword light. If you don't come out, I'll force you out. After waiting for a while, Jiyu Jian still didn't appear. Lu Tianzi was thoroughly enraged. He directly detonated the last Azura sword light and displayed the Azura sword skill's 4th stage. 4 Azura sword lights crisscrossed in the air above the stage, exploding one after another. A powerful force instantly exploded in the air. Lu Tianzi was using this method to lure Fang Chen out. At this time, there were 2 old men in the clouds. No one in Golden Sword City noticed them. True meaning of void, I didn't expect this kid to have the true meaning of void. One of the old men said in surprise. How did this kid come to the sword burial state? The last time I saw him, he was only in the spirit vortex realm. The other old man said. Chapter 852. A transcendent true meaning. There isn't a single cultivator in the entire sword burial prefecture with a transcendent true meaning, said the tall man. Do you think he's a 12th layer tribulation cultivator? Asked the short man suddenly. Very likely. The tall man's eyes twinkled. Just as the 2 old men spoke, Fang Chen was forced to reveal himself in the arena below. What, you're not hiding anymore? Lu Tianzi's eyes turned scarlet when he saw Jiyu Jian appear. There was a helpless expression on Jiyu Jian's face as he spread out his hands. His true meaning of the void was only at the 1st grade, so he wasn't able to display its full power. He wouldn't be able to hide for long in the face of such an explosion. It looks like I'm going to fail, muttered Fang Chen. At this moment, a terrifying aura surged from Lu Tianzi's body. He didn't hesitate to use the Azura sword art. 4 Azura sword lights pierced toward Fang Chen. Crack! The 5 elemental sword lights shattered, the god-drawing ART's green spear shattered, and even the void annihilation slash shattered. Fang Chen's figure kept retreating. He didn't dare face the powerful sword lights head-on. Let's see if you can survive this time. Lu Tianzi smiled sinisterly. At this moment, in the clouds, the tall man and the short man shook their heads slightly when they saw this scene. This kid hasn't matured yet. He can't defeat Lu Tianzi. Lu Tianzi wants to kill this kid. It looks like we'll have to do it ourselves. As they spoke, 2 old men instantly appeared from the clouds and landed in the sword battle arena. Stop! Shouted the tall man. Let's end this battle here. The short man waved his hand, dispersing the terrifying Azura sword lights. Lu Tianzi was a little surprised by this sudden turn of events. He had thought that he could kill Jiyu Jian, but these 2 old men had ruined his plan. Jiyu Jian, die! While the 2 old men were looking at the rostrum, Lu Tianzi quickly launched a destructive attack in an attempt to kill Jiyu Jian. The tall man snorted coldly. Just a look from him was enough to make Lu Tianzi retreat continuously. The 2 of you, I'm afraid it's not good for the 2 of you to interfere in the exchange of pointers between Golden Sword City and Azura Sword City's younger generation, said Xiao Yun coldly. Oh, then what do you want? The tall man narrowed his eyes. The 2 of them hadn't appeared in the world for so long that no one remembered them. On the platform, Elder Xian's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Xiao Yun was a bit unhappy. I hope that the 2 of you will not interfere in this matter. Xiao Yun forcefully suppressed his anger and said. This matter ends here. We're taking this kid away. The short man did not give Xiao Yun any chance to speak. He grabbed Fang Chen and disappeared into the void where these 2 old men from the Azura Sword City. These 2 elders are extraordinary. Elder Xian thought to himself. At this moment, Lu Tianzi's face was gloomy. He flung his sleeves angrily and turned to leave. The friendly exchange between the 2 cities had come to an end. Xiao Yun was very dissatisfied. He bid farewell to Elder Xian and left the sword battle arena. After returning to the Blood Refinement King's residence, Xiao Yun went to find him. Blood Refinement King, you saw what happened. It's not that we don't want to kill Jiyu Jian, but those 2 old men are stopping us, said Xiao Yun. As long as you join the Azura Sword sect, Jiyu Jian will die sooner or later. The Blood Refinement King pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right, I agree, Blood Refining Monarch said. Xiao Yun was very happy. After all, his most important goal was to rope in the Blood Refinement King. Although he hadn't killed Jiyu Jian, he had succeeded in roping in the Blood Refinement King. All right. Pack up and we'll set off, said Xiao Yun. The 3 of them rapidly flew through the air. Fang Chen was also shocked. Seniors, I didn't expect you to be from the Sword Burial Prefecture. Fang Chen was also shocked. Back in the Iron and Blood Empire, 2 old men had appeared out of nowhere to help Fang Chen defeat the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect when he was dealing with them. Back then, Fang Chen had guessed that the 2 old men must be very powerful. Unfortunately, the 2 old men had concealed their auras at that time, so Fang Chen had no idea that they were profound King Realm experts. Brat, you've arrived at the Sword Burial Prefecture so quickly, laughed the shorty. The taller man also glanced at Fang Chen. The 2 of us only arrived at the ancient Sword Continent by chance. We were just looking for a few things. Whoosh. A mystic King Realm expert's speed was very fast. After flying for about 2 hours, he stopped moving forward. The 3 of them landed on the ground. The shorty pointed at the plains in front of them. This is the edge of Sword Burial City. Once we enter, we'll enter the Sword Burial Prefecture. Seniors, where are you taking me? Asked Fang Chen. You'll know once we get there, said the taller man. The 3 of them quickly walked. When they reached the edge of the plains, a ripple suddenly appeared, blocking Fang Chen's path. The 2 old men had already entered the plains, while Fang Chen was blocked outside. Yes, we're blocked. The taller man looked at Fang Chen with surprise. Brat, you've been in Gold Sword City for so long. Have you still not cultivated the ancient golden sword art? Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Not yet. The two old men exchanged a glance and then said, all right, then we'll wait here. After saying that, they closed their eyes. It was unknown what they were doing. In the blink of an eye, they opened their eyes and said, we've already notified the palace master. He'll be here immediately. Just as the two old men finished speaking, an oppressive aura suddenly filled Fang Chen's heart. Fang Chen's heart shook. He looked around, but he didn't see anything. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly realized that a terrifying sword light had pierced through layers of the void and was heading straight for him. Too strong. Fang Chen's soul trembled. This sword light was the strongest he had ever seen. He didn't even think about it. He directly activated the void true intent and hid himself in the void. At this moment, the terrifying sword light dissipated, and the countless strands of sword chi condensed into a figure. Palace Master. The two old men cupped their hands at the figure in front of them. This child truly does possess the void true intent. Wait here, said the palace master softly. In the next moment, she vanished into the void. Fang Chen used the void true intent to hide himself in the void. He was incomparably shocked. Just who is it that wants to kill me? Just as Fang Chen was lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Fang Chen was given a fright. He reflexively wanted to attack, but the figure stopped him. Little fellow, I don't have any ill intentions towards you. The figure grinned. You're the palace master the two seniors were talking about? Asked Fang Chen hastily. Correct, I am the palace master. They brought you here to see me, said the figure. Then what about that terrifying sword light? Asked Fang Chen. I was testing you, said the figure. I really didn't expect you to comprehend the void true intent at such a young age. The void true intent was a supreme true intent. Let alone the sword burial prefecture, even in the starry sky, it was a shocking true intent. May I ask the palace master? Before Fang Chen could finish his words, he was stopped by the shadow. You possess the void true intent, so you're worthy of me personally meeting you. Of course, I also have a question. The figure smiled. Please ask, Palace Master, said Fang Chen. Such a supreme existence was able to enter the void. His void true intent had nowhere to hide in the figure's eyes. As long as the figure willed it, he would die. As if seeing through Fang Chen's thoughts, the figure explained, the void true intent is a supreme true intent. It's very powerful. Unfortunately, you're in the sword burial prefecture. I have a natural advantage and can sense your existence. If you were in the outside world, even if I used my full power, I wouldn't be able to find you. Fang Chen suddenly understood. So that's how it was. Chapter 853. The virtual shadow really couldn't think of any other geniuses who could trigger the 12th level tribulation apart from those geniuses who possessed the true meaning of void. Back then, the appearance of the 12th level tribulation had shaken the entire sword burial prefecture. Countless profound King Realm experts appeared one after another. Even some old bastards who had been in seclusion for a long time had come out of seclusion. In short, the 12th level tribulation had swept through the sword burial prefecture like a storm. After the 12th level of tribulation ended and the curtains fell, numerous profound King Realm experts swarmed in, wanting to search for that genius. But they found that genius was nowhere to be seen. Many mystic kings even believed that the person undergoing the tribulation must have died under the 12th level tribulation. Because of this, many mysterious kings sighed and expressed their regret. To be able to draw out the 12th level tribulation meant that he would definitely become a heaven-shaking figure in the future. Who would have thought that he would die? Of course, there were many old bastards who didn't think so. They felt that this matter was unusual. The person undergoing the tribulation hadn't died. The illusory figure was one of them. He was the master of the immortal palace. The one who came this time was merely a clone condensed from his will. Originally, the tall and short elders had sent him a transmission saying that a cultivator with the true meaning of the void had appeared. He hadn't thought much of it. He had only been shocked. However, after seeing Fang Chen, the illusory figure had an answer in his heart. This person should be the peerless genius who had undergone the 12th level tribulation. Everyone thought that the person who went through the tribulation had already died in the 12th tribulation. Who would have thought that this person was in Gold Sword City? The shadow stared at Fang Chen and muttered to himself. Fang Chen sank into silence. He didn't reply, but he also didn't deny it. Fang Chen didn't want to cause any trouble before he knew what the illusory figure's intentions were. It was as if he could see Fang Chen's apprehension. The illusory figure smiled. If I want to kill you, a single thought is enough. Fang Chen was startled when he heard the words of the illusory figure. He nodded heavily. The illusory figure had only said that to express to Fang Chen that he didn't have any malice toward Fang Chen. Otherwise, there was no way Fang Chen would be standing here. Senior, may I ask who you are? Asked Fang Chen. Fang Chen knew that this person's strength was definitely heaven-defying. However, he didn't know who this person was. You finally can't help but ask, laughed the illusory figure. By saying this, Fang Chen had indirectly admitted that he was the one who had transcended the tribulation. Have you heard of the Sword Burial Prefecture's Sword Burial Immortal Palace? Asked the illusory figure. Fang Chen's eyes twinkled, and then he nodded. There was probably no one in the Sword Prefecture who hadn't heard of the Sword Immortal Palace. The Sword Immortal Palace was the highest level of the Sword Prefecture. It was said that the Sword Burying Immortal Palace was located on a towering mountain peak, but the world had never seen it before. The Sword Burial Immortal Palace was extremely mysterious, but all the martial artists in the Sword Burial Prefecture paled at the mention of it. This was because the Sword Burial Immortal Palace was the totem of the Sword Burial Prefecture. It was said that the Sword Burial Immortal Palace was formed from the heart of the Sword Burial Emperor and was the core of the entire Sword Burial Prefecture, and the Sword Burial Immortal Palace had always existed in legends. I am the Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master, said the illusory figure. Fang Chen's mind buzzed as he stood in a daze in the void. Seeing Fang Chen's dazed expression, the illusory figure chuckled mischievously. Fang Chen's reaction was completely within his expectations. In the Sword Burial Prefecture, apart from the two elders, anyone who heard the words Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master would be incomparably shocked. That was because no one had ever seen the Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He had never thought that he would one day meet the legendary Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master. Are you really the Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master? Asked Fang Chen, trying his best to suppress his shock. The illusory figure laughed. Who would dare to pretend to be the Immortal Palace's Palace Master? Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Indeed, who would dare to pretend to be the Immortal Palace's Palace Master in the Sword Burial Prefecture? The Sword Burial Immortal Palace was the totem of the Sword Burial Prefecture, and it was formed from the Sword Burial Emperor's heart. In the Sword Burial Prefecture, the Sword Burial Immortal Palace was incomparably sacred. As for the Immortal Palace's Palace Master, he was the spiritual leader of the Sword Burial Prefecture. No one would dare to pretend to be him. Fang Chen stared at the illusory figure with a burning gaze, not saying anything for a long time. In his heart, he was too shocked. The Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master was right in front of him, and he was even talking to him. It was like a dream. Now, can you tell me about yourself? Asked the illusory figure. Fang Chen sorted out his thoughts and said, Junior is from the ancient Sword Continent. Fang Chen told the Palace Master everything about how he had been killed by the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture, how he had been brought to the Sword Burial Prefecture by the Cauldron, and how he had undergone the 12th tribulation. Of course, he also hid the fact that he had been refined into a blood puppet by the Blood Refinement Monarch. If the Palace Master learned that he could be revived after being refined into a blood puppet, he would definitely inspect his body. Perhaps his golden heart would be exposed. Before he had absolute strength, Fang Chen definitely wouldn't let others know about his golden heart. So that's how it is. The illusory figure nodded slightly. May I ask the Palace Master, who was the founder of the Five Elements Academy? And who was that head in the cauldron? These were all questions that Fang Chen had been puzzled by. Back at the sword arena, Elder Xian had said that he would know once they reached Sword Burial City. Now that he had finally met the palace master, he naturally had to ask him. The founder of the Five Elements Academy was the city master of the Sword Burial Prefecture's Five Elements Sword City, said the illusory figure directly. Five Elements Sword City? Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. He hadn't expected the first dean of the Five Elements Academy to be from the Sword Burial Prefecture. And his status there was so high. Since you came from the Five Elements Academy, you should have cultivated the Five Elements sword art, right? Asked the illusory figure. Fang Chen nodded. The phantom continued, if you want to enter the Burial Sword City, you have to cultivate one of the city's most powerful martial arts to the transformation level. You haven't cultivated the ancient golden invincible sword art yet, and the Five Elements sword art is one of the ways. If you have time, go to the Five Elements Sword City and get the general outline of the Five Elements sword art. Cultivate the Five Elements sword art to the transformation level as quickly as possible, then come to the Burial Sword City. Many thanks for the pointers, Palace Master. Fang Chen cupped his hands in thanks. Your potential is extraordinary. You've already crossed 12 tribulations. In the entire Sword Burial Prefecture, you're the only one with the highest chance of obtaining the Sword Emperor's approval, said the illusory figure excitedly. The reason the Palace Master had chosen Fang Chen was because he had crossed 12 tribulations. That was a world-shaking achievement. It was very likely that he would obtain the Sword Emperor's approval. Ever since the Sword Emperor had fallen, no one had been able to obtain the Sword Emperor's approval. Sword Burial City has an extremely powerful seal. Even I can't easily take action. If you want to enter Sword Burial City, you have to rely on yourself. A jade pendant appeared in the illusory figure's hand and he handed it to Fang Chen. If your life is in danger, crush the jade pendant. The illusory figure instantly vanished. However, before the illusory figure disappeared, a voice entered Fang Chen's ears. The owner of the sword token was one of the profound king commanders of the Sword Burial Prefecture in the past. Fang Chen's heart trembled when he heard that. He looked at the jade pendant with a burning gaze before carefully putting it into his spatial ring. Crash. After the illusory figure left, Fang Chen appeared in the air. Kid, you're not bad. You've obtained the Palace Master's approval. I hope you work hard, said the tall elder with a smile. When we first met you in the ancient Sword Continent, we felt that you had an extraordinary bearing. We weren't wrong about you, said the short man with a smile. It's all thanks to the two seniors that I was able to meet the Palace Master, said Fang Chen modestly. Kid, you don't have to be modest. Hurry up and go back to cultivate, said the tall elder with a wave of his hand. Yeah. When you arrive at Sword Burial City, come find us, said the short man. After that, the two of them instantly disappeared. Fang Chen looked at the edge of Sword Burial City in front of him. The shock in his heart didn't dissipate for a long time. All the mysteries were gradually unraveled. The first dean of the Five Elements Academy, the head in the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. Fang Chen knew the identities of these people one by one. Chapter 854. Fang Chen stood quietly on the ground outside the Burial Sword City, carefully combing through the information he had just received. First of all, the first dean of the Five Elements Academy was the former city lord of the Five Elements Sword City. In other words, the Five Elements Sword technique was actually the ultimate technique of the Five Elements Sword City. Fang Chen had only obtained an incomplete version from the Five Elements Academy. The true general principles were in the Five Elements Sword City. No wonder the Five Elemental Sword Art is such an exquisite sword art, but it is only a 6th grade sword art. So that's how it works, Fang Chen thought to himself. Once he obtained the true general principles, the Five Elements Sword technique would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The identity of the head in the three-legged, two-eared cauldron was also revealed. It was one of the mysterious King Realm commanders of the Sword Burial Prefecture. When I first set foot on the mountain, I fell into an illusion. The scenes I saw were actually real. Fang Chen was shocked. Back then, Fang Chen had seen himself on a battlefield. Corpses were piled up like mountains, blood flowed like rivers, and smoke rose from all directions. A black figure stood quietly on the ground, as if it had existed since ancient times. The entire land was in chaos. What shocked Fang Chen was that the true martial realm experts were just cannon fodder. From this, one could imagine how intense the battle back then was. So that was the battle of the Sword Burial Prefecture, Fang Chen muttered to himself. So that was the battle of the Sword Burial Prefecture. According to the information he had, the former city lord of the Five Elements Sword City shouldn't have been as important as the head in the cauldron. When he first came into contact with the cauldron, the head in the cauldron had taken him to the Sword Burial Prefecture. Then, he had been killed by the Devil Cloud Prefecture. The head in the cauldron had taken him across the Forbidden Ocean to the Sword Burial Prefecture. The thing that the head in the cauldron wanted to do the most was to bring its corpse back to its hometown. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then fell silent. The Five Elements Sword City was located in the southeast of the Sword Burial Prefecture. It was separated from the Golden Sword City by the Azura Sword City. With Fang Chen's flying speed, he used 6 hours to arrive at the Five Elements Sword City. His purpose for coming here was to obtain the legendary Five Elemental Sword Technique General Outline. This is the Five Elements Sword City. Standing on the wasteland, Fang Chen stared at the towering city gate in the distance. There was a golden plaque hanging above it with the words Five Elements Sword City written on it. These 4 words contained majestic Five Elements Sword Qi. At the same time, Fang Chen felt that the Five Elements Sword Qi in his body was ready to move. After successfully entering the Five Elements Sword City, Fang Chen saw that the bustling streets were filled with stalls. It seems to be more prosperous than Golden Sword City. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Fang Chen found an inn and inquired about some information. Not long later, Fang Chen obtained the basic information of the Five Elements Sword City. There were a total of 2 powers in the Five Elements Sword City. These 2 powers were evenly matched and had always been fighting for control of the Five Elements Sword City. Whoever could gain control of the Five Elements Sword City would become the new city lord of the Five Elements Sword City. Myriad Elephant Palace. Destruction Divine Hall. These 2 powers' combined strength was comparable to the Azura Sword Sect. While Fang Chen was inquiring about the news, a handsome man was quietly sitting on the top floor. Young master, there's an unfamiliar man who just entered the city. His aura is quite dense, and he should be an expert. As soon as he came, he asked for some information about the Five Elements Sword City. I suspect that he's here for that historical remnant, a servant walked up and said in a low voice. Oh, even you can't see through him? Asked the handsome man with surprise. The servant shook his head. When my soul touched him, it was like it was devoured. I couldn't see through him at all. Interesting. I'll go meet him, said the handsome man. Young master, you can't. If he's someone the Destruction Divine Hall invited, it'll be detrimental to you. The servant hastily stopped him. It's fine. In broad daylight, the Destruction Divine Hall wouldn't dare attack me. The handsome man smiled. Then he stood up and went to the first floor of the inn. He smiled as he walked towards Fang Chen. Seeing the handsome man appear on the first floor, the expressions of many martial artists changed. They all got up and hastily left. By the time the handsome man reached Fang Chen, the entire first floor was empty. However, Fang Chen turned a blind eye to it and continued drinking. Brother, can I ask for a cup of wine? Asked the handsome man. Of course. Fang Chen didn't seem to care. Then I won't be courteous. The handsome man directly sat across from Fang Chen and poured himself a cup of wine. He raised his cup. Brother, and I have some fate. How about a cup? Fang Chen raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. The handsome man secretly checked on Fang Chen. The more he checked, the more shocked he was. However, he didn't reveal anything on the surface. Secretly checking on others? Is this how the Five Element Sword City's people treat others? Asked Fang Chen with a faint smile. When the handsome man heard this, he was startled. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. The servant behind him immediately stepped forward, guarding against Fang Chen. However, the handsome man waved his hand. The servant stopped and looked at Fang Chen with an unfriendly gaze. As long as Fang Chen dared to act blindly without thinking, the servant would definitely attack. Brother, do you recognize me? Asked the handsome man. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating he didn't recognize him. The handsome man frowned slightly. There was probably no one in the five-element Sword City who didn't recognize him. This person didn't even think about it. He directly shook his head. Either he really didn't know him or he was just pretending. I am Luo Hong. The handsome man introduced himself, staring at Fang Chen. He wanted to see Fang Chen's reaction. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. I've never heard of you. But I do know a fellow called Luo Hao. The Luo Hao Fang Chen spoke of was someone from the Azura Sword sect. However, it was clear that Luo Hong had never heard of Luo Hao. You don't need to test me. This is my first time in the five-element Sword City. I only came for the five-element sword arts, said Fang Chen bluntly. The handsome man's aura wasn't weak. He should be someone from one of the two major powers. Ha ha ha, this brother is straightforward. It seems that I was too careful. This cup is my apology to you. The handsome man, Luo Hong, laughed when he heard this. He raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. May I ask where brother came from? Asked Luo Hong. If I told you I came from Burial Sword City, would you believe me? Asked Fang Chen. Luo Hong laughed mischievously and shook his head. He clearly didn't believe him. Actually, it's quite embarrassing to talk about this. I went to Sword Burial City alone, and when I reached the border of the city, I was stopped from entering. Later, I learned that I had to cultivate one of the city's core techniques to the transcendent realm before I could enter. So, I came back with my tail between my legs, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Luo Hong was also stunned. He stared at Fang Chen. He didn't feel like he was lying. I see. May I ask brother's name? Asked Luo Hong. Fang Chen, said Fang Chen. Brother Fang Chen, if you don't mind, you can come with me to the five-element palace. There's still a month before the five-element bell opens. At that time, I can take you to challenge it. What do you think? Asked Luo Hong. Sure, said Fang Chen. Fang Chen had just arrived in the five-element Sword City and didn't have a place to stay. From Luo Hong's appearance, he didn't seem like an evil person. Fang Chen immediately agreed. As for Luo Hong, he had his own plans. He couldn't see through Fang Chen's strength, so he should be very strong. If he could rope him in, it would be a good thing for the five-element palace. Recently, the friction between the five-element palace and the Divine Destruction Palace had been growing. A war could break out at any time. Young master, the servant stopped him. Let's go back. Luo Hong shook his head. Following this, Fang Chen followed Luo Hong and left the inn for the Five Elements Palace. On the way, Luo Hong told Fang Chen that he was from the Five Element Palace. Brother Fang, to tell you the truth, I'm a disciple of the Five Element Palace, said Luo Hong. I'm afraid you're not just an ordinary disciple. Fang Chen curled his lips. Sixth level true martial realm. At the very least, you're a genius. Hearing this, Luo Hong's heart trembled. He was even more curious about Fang Chen. Fang Chen could see through his cultivation at a glance, but he couldn't see through him. Chapter 855. Golden Sword City, Sword Arena. In Elder Xian's courtyard, several mystic kings sat on stone benches with gloomy faces. The blood-refining monarch left Golden Sword City and joined the Shura Sword sect, Glacier King said coldly. Thinking back to when he first came to Gold Sword City, how many resources did we give him? What an ungrateful fellow. Another profound King Realm expert berated. Even Mountain River King, who was on good terms with the blood-refining monarch, turned pale. Leaving Golden Sword City meant betraying Golden Sword City and joining the Shura Sword sect. Although Mountain River King was on good terms with the blood-refining monarch, his position was important. I misjudged him, Mountain River King said unhappily. Everyone looked at each other, then at Elder Xian. The blood-refining monarch chose to leave. Don't mention it again, Elder Xian said. One could tell that his tone was filled with displeasure. The blood-refining monarch left with Xiao Yun and the others. Within Golden Sword City, discussions about Jiyu Jian had always existed. That's right. He's ungrateful and not worth mentioning. When we meet him in the future, we'll personally deal with him, Glacier King said. The other mystic kings nodded slightly as well. At this moment, one of the mystic kings asked, Elder Shen, who were the two elders that took Jiyu Zhen away that day? Hearing this, the other almighties looked at Elder Shen. Although the two elders didn't make a move, Xiaoyun didn't dare to act rashly. Those two are very strong. They should be from Burial Sword City, Elder Shen said after pondering for a moment. Why did they take Jiyu Zhen away? I think they saw Jiyu Zhen's potential, Elder Shen said. However, no matter how high Jiyu Zhen's potential is, it can't enter Burial Sword City. Everyone knew this very well. Pass down my order. Anyone in Golden Sword City who discovers Jiyu Zhen's whereabouts is to report it immediately, Elder Shen said. Elder Shen couldn't do anything about Jiyu Zhen's disappearance. He wanted to ask the Sword Arena's patriarch, but the patriarch was nearing the end of his life and had been cultivating in seclusion. He didn't dare to disturb him. Just like that, the legendary Jiyu Zhen with heaven-defying potential disappeared from Golden Sword City. Because of this, Luo Bairen and the others felt rather helpless. Guzhen, I know you're still alive. We'll wait for you in the Sword Burial City, Luo Bairen said. That's right, Wu Li said. We need to hurry up and cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword art to the manifestation realm as soon as possible so that we can meet Jiyu Zhen in Sword Burial City. Fatty Li, He Shualin, and the others also nodded heavily. 5 Elements Sword City, 5 Elements Palace. Following Luo Hong, they easily entered the headquarters of the 5 Elements Palace. Brother Fang, this is the headquarters of 5 Elements Palace, Luo Hong introduced to Fang Chen. After entering the 5 Elements Palace's headquarters, Luo Hong prepared to find a place for Fang Chen to stay. At this moment, they passed by a training field. In the martial arts practice field, many disciples of the 5 Elements Palace were working hard to cultivate. Seeing Luo Hong bring an unfamiliar man over, some warriors stopped in their tracks. Luo Hong, this is an important area of my 5 Elements Palace. How can random people enter? One of them stepped forward and blocked Luo Hong's path. Brother Fang is my good friend. Don't mess around, said Luo Hong. Luo Zhen's eyes flickered. Just at this moment, the servant behind Luo Hong gave Luo Zhen a meaningful glance. Luo Zhen instantly understood and sneered, Luo Hong, I won't object to you bringing him back. But this person is extremely likely to be a spy from the Destruction Divine Hall. I want to interrogate him. Luo Zhen, don't go too far, said Luo Hong. Luo Hong, even if you're the palace master's personal disciple, you have no reason to stop me. Luo Zhen smiled. I'm just thinking of the 5 Elements Palace. As he spoke, Luo Zhen arrived in front of Fang Chen. Sword chi surged around him. Brat, are you a spy from the Destruction Divine Hall or not? Demanded Luo Zhen. In truth, there was a reason why Luo Zhen and the others were so vigilant. During the battle between the 5 Elements Palace and the Destruction Divine Hall, the Destruction Divine Hall had constantly bribed some assassins to infiltrate the 5 Elements Palace and assassinate their important disciples. Even Luo Zhen and Luo Hong had been assassinated. It was just that they hadn't succeeded. Luo Hong had brought an unfamiliar man into the 5 Elements Palace. Furthermore, Luo Hong's servant seemed to be on guard against this unfamiliar man. So Luo Zhen wanted to test him out. I'm not, said Fang Chen bluntly. If you say you're not, then you're not. What proof do you have? Sneered Luo Zhen. If I don't have proof, then may I ask what proof you have? Countered Fang Chen. Without the slightest fear of Luo Zhen's powerful aura, Fang Chen calmly stood there. Luo Zhen. Luo Hong wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by the servant. Young master, it's better to let Luo Zhen test this person, the servant said in a low voice. Just at this moment, Luo Zhen attacked. Rumble, a boundless aura surged out of Luo Zhen's body. He circulated all the strength in his body and sent a punch at Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen's casual punch directly defeated Luo Zhen's attack. Furthermore, he forced Luo Zhen to retreat. This scene shocked all the cultivators in the martial practice field. Even Luo Hong's heart trembled. Your strength isn't bad. Luo Zhen steadied himself and smiled sinisterly. Then, He used the 5 elements sword technique. Whoosh! 5 elements sword shot out from Luo Jian's long sword. It contained a powerful force as it stabbed towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't use the 5 elements sword to avoid unnecessary trouble. He simply performed the wooden forest sword technique. A vast and endless aura instantly filled the air. Then, Fang Chen's hidden star sword blocked the 5 elements sword light in an ingenious manner. Crack! The 5 elements sword shattered, and Luo Jian retreated. "You're no match for me." Fang Chen put away his hidden star sword and said coldly. Hearing this, Luo Jian was furious. He was about to attack again, but Luo Hong stopped him. "Luo Jian, if Brother Fang wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago." Luo Hong said, "He's not a spy from the God Destruction Palace." After seeing Fang Chen's attack, Luo Hong felt that Fang Chen was unfathomable. He wanted to befriend Fang Chen more. "Impossible," Luo Jian retorted. From the aura that Fang Chen emitted, his cultivation was only at LV4 genuine martial realm. "How can a LV4 genuine martial realm warrior withstand my attack?" Luo Jian said coldly. He must be hiding his cultivation. Luo Jian's cultivation was at LV5 genuine martial realm. He didn't believe that Fang Chen's cultivation was really at LV4. "You hid your cultivation and sneaked into my 5 elements palace. What's your motive?" Luo Jian scolded. "If I knew it would be so troublesome, I would have killed you with my sword just now." Fang Chen said calmly. "You." Luo Jian was furious. A monstrous aura spread out in an instant. "You have to think clearly. If you force me to attack, I won't show you any mercy. You'll have to bear the consequences." Fang Chen's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Luo Jian. At this moment, Luo Jian didn't dare to act rashly. Luo Jian stared at Fang Chen and was furious. "HMPH, wait and see," Luo Jian said ruthlessly and turned to leave. Seeing this, Luo Hong looked at Fang Chen apologetically and said, "Brother Fang, I'm used to it." Fang Chen said. Indeed, no matter where he went, he would be looked down upon. He had long been used to being looked down upon. "Brother Fang, let's go." Luo Hong brought Fang Chen to an independent courtyard. And at this time, Luo Jian arrived before a luxurious pavilion in a bustling manner. "Senior brother Luo Yong. What's the matter?" Luo Yong, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and asked. "Senior brother Luo Yong, Luo Hong brought a martial artist. I suspect that he's a spy from the God Extermination Palace," Luo Jian said. "Oh." Luo Yong frowned and asked. "I've fought with this person before. His strength is very strange. He's obviously at LV4 genuine martial realm, but he could easily defeat me," Luo Jian said in a deep voice. Luo Yong's eyes flickered. "Don't act rashly. I'll deal with this matter," Luo Yong said. "Senior brother Luo Yong," Luo Jian said. "You can leave," Luo Yong said. "By the way, when will the relic open?" "Tomorrow is the day when the 5 Elements Palace and the God Extermination Palace decide the quota. The relic should open in 3 days," Luo Jian said. Chapter 856. After Luo Hong helped Fang Chen settle down, he was summoned by the palace master. In a certain hall, the 5 Elements Palace Master sat on the throne at the head of the hall. Below him were a few elders. "Luo Hong, I heard that you brought an unfamiliar man back," the 5 Elements Palace Master asked. "Palace Master, this person's strength is extraordinary and unfathomable. Perhaps we can use him," said Luo Hong. "Luo Hong, you're a bit reckless. This person just happened to appear when we're competing for the spot. Perhaps he has ulterior motives," said one of the elders. "That's right. Let's investigate this kid's background first," another elder said. "What's his cultivation?" asked the 5 Elements Palace Master. "His cultivation is at LV4 true martial realm, but he could easily defeat Luo Jian. I suspect that he's hiding his strength," said Luo Hong. The 5 Elements Palace Master nodded his head. "This person seems to be coming to the 5 Elements Sword City for the 5 Elements Sword Technique," added Luo Hong. "Tomorrow, people from the God Destruction Palace will come to the 5 Elements Palace to compete for the spot. Keep an eye on this person, said the Five Elements Palace Master. Fang Chen didn't know that he was being treated as a suspicious person by the Five Elements Palace. His only goal was to obtain the Five Elements sword technique. When he fought with Luo Jian, Fang Chen found that the Five Elements sword technique that Luo Jian used was a little different from his own Five Elements sword technique. As for what the difference was, Fang Chen couldn't pinpoint it. I'll stay here for a month and leave after obtaining the Five Elements sword technique, Fang Chen said to himself. At night, Fang Chen felt some movement. Immediately, his body flashed and he disappeared into the void. In an instant, Fang Chen found that there were several martial artists around his courtyard secretly watching him. Fang Chen smiled. It seemed that the Five Elements Palace still didn't trust him. However, Fang Chen didn't pay attention to them. Then, Fang Chen used the true meaning of the void to quietly return to his room. During this time, the martial artists hiding in the dark didn't notice Fang Chen's movements at all. The next day, the God Destruction Palace came to visit. The person who had come was an elder of the God Extermination Palace. He held a high position in the God Extermination Palace and was second only to the Palace Master. Elder Jiyu, how have you been? Five Elements Palace Master laughed loudly. Five Elements Palace Master, our Palace Master is unable to come because of some matters. I am here to discuss the quota with you on his behalf. Elder Jiyu said. Five Elements Palace Master nodded and invited Elder Jiyu to take a seat. Five Elements Palace Master, I won't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point, Elder Jiyu said as soon as he sat down. This time's remnant was discovered by our two great powers together. After our investigation, we are unable to send a large number of true martial realm experts into this remnant. At most, we can send in 20. Elder Jiyu said. Elder Jiyu, do you have any suggestions? The Five Elements Palace Master smiled. My Divine Destruction Palace wants 15 of the spots. The remaining 5 will belong to your Five Element Palace. How about it? Elder Jiyu was extremely arrogant. Hearing that, the Five Elements Palace Master did not say anything. His eyes flickered as he stared at Elder Jiyu. H, do you think our Five Elements Palace is a beggar? What right does your Divine Destruction Hall have to monopolize 15 spots? The Divine Destruction Hall is going too far. Elder Gu's words infuriated several elders of the Five Elements Palace. Of course, my Divine Destruction Hall dares to say that because we have something to rely on. Firstly, my Divine Destruction Hall's younger generation is far stronger than your Five Elements Palace's younger generation. As for the second point, my Divine Destruction Hall's Grand Elder is about to come out of seclusion. Elder Jiyu didn't finish his sentence. However, the expressions of the Five Elements Palace's people changed. The Divine Destruction Hall's Grand Elder had always existed in legends. Some people said that he had reached the end of his lifespan and had died long ago. Others said that he was in seclusion to break through to a higher realm. The Divine Destruction Hall's Grand Elder had never shown himself. But now, Elder Jiyu actually said that the Divine Destruction Hall's Grand Elder was about to come out of seclusion. TMPH, who knows if what you said is true or false? That's right. So what if your Divine Destruction Hall's Grand Elder comes out of seclusion? My Five Elements Palace also has a foundation. My Five Elements Palace wants 10 spots. We will not give in. The attitudes of the Five Elements Palace's elders were very unyielding. I already expected you to be like this before coming. I have a second plan, sneered Elder Jiyu. What plan? Asked the Five Elements Palace Master. It's a battle between the strongest of the younger generation of our two sects. If you win, I'll give you the 5 spots. If you lose, then forget it. Elder Jiyu said. The Divine Destruction Hall has a good plan, said the Five Elements Palace Master playfully. No matter what, the Divine Destruction Hall would not lose out. The one who would lose out was the Five Elements Palace. What if my Five Elements Palace doesn't agree? Asked the Five Elements Palace Master. In that case, there's no room for discussion. After saying that, Elder Jiyu turned and left. After Elder Jiyu left, an elder worriedly asked, Palace Master, is the Divine Destruction Hall's Grand Elder really coming out of seclusion? I don't know, said the Five Elements Palace Master. After Elder Jiyu left, he directly returned to the Divine Destruction Hall. When night fell, Luo Hong arrived at Fang Chen's courtyard. Brother Fang, said Luo Hong. Brother Luo Hong, greeted Fang Chen. Luo Hong directly sat on the stone bench and looked at Fang Chen. He smiled and said, Brother Fang, you're quite relaxed. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck and I can't break through for the time being. I can only wait for the Five Elements bell to open in a month, said Fang Chen. Luo Hong nodded and then casually chatted with Fang Chen about other things. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. The few true martial realm experts who were secretly watching Fang Chen also quietly retreated. It was at this moment that a man wearing an ugly mask appeared in a dark corner. Luo Hong, today is the day you die. After saying that, the ugly masked man instantly appeared in Fang Chen's courtyard. Crash. All of a sudden, Luo Hong sensed that something was wrong. He cursed inwardly and the aura around him surged. Bang! Before Luo Hong could react, he was instantly sent flying by the ugly masked man. Okay. Seeing this, Fang Chen activated his true meaning of void and instantly appeared behind the ugly masked man. He executed the void destruction slash and blocked the ugly masked man's path. An ant dares to block my path. The ugly masked man punched towards Fang Chen. Crash. Fang Chen's figure disappeared and the ugly masked man's fist missed. Space-type true meaning. Seeing this, the ugly masked man's expression changed. He took a step forward and no longer looked for Fang Chen. His target was Luo Hong. Space-type true meanings were very rare and extremely difficult to deal with. The ugly masked man sneaked into the headquarters of Five Elements Palace and couldn't act recklessly. He needed to buy time for himself. At this moment, the higher-ups of Five Elements Palace had already been alerted. Therefore, he needed to kill Luo Hong and escape before they arrived. Go to hell. Two short blades appeared in the ugly masked man's hands and he ruthlessly stabbed towards Luo Hong. Seeing this, Luo Hong used all his strength to resist. This ugly masked man was too strong. He couldn't resist at all. Crash. Just as Luo Hong's face was filled with fear, a resplendent sword light suddenly appeared in the void and blocked the ugly masked man's short blades. This bought enough time for Luo Hong to continuously retreat. I can't fight him head-on. This was what Luo Hong thought. Now, as long as he could hold on until Five Elements Palace Master and the others arrived, he would be safe. Courting death. Seeing Luo Hong retreat, the ugly masked man was enraged. His short blade suddenly pierced into the void. Fang Chen's figure disappeared in the void again. The ugly masked man launched his strongest attack and stabbed his short blades towards Luo Hong. At this moment, a deafening voice resounded throughout the entire Five Elements Palace. How dare you intrude into my Five Elements Palace? This was Five Elements Palace Master's figure. Before he arrived, his voice was heard. Hearing Five Elements Palace Master's figure, the ugly masked man knew that his mission was considered a failure. Damn it! The ugly masked man glared at Fang Chen fiercely and then disappeared into the darkness. In the next moment, Five Elements Palace Master appeared. The ugly masked man used a special method to isolate himself from Five Elements Palace Master's detection and escaped from Five Elements Palace. Luo Hong, are you alright? Chapter 857. The Five Elements Palace Master landed in Luo Hong's courtyard. Immediately after, there were countless sounds of breaking through the air. Some elders of the Five Elements Palace also rushed over. What's going on? An elder asked. Everyone's gaze was focused on Luo Hong. After discovering that Luo Hong was fine, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Just as Luo Hong was about to speak, Fang Chen's figure appeared from the void. He was holding the hidden star sword in his hand. He was in a sorry state, and there were some bloodstains on his palm. Yes. Fang Chen's sudden appearance surprised the Five Elements Palace Master. His deep eyes stared at Fang Chen. The Five Elements Palace Master was an expert. He could tell at a glance that Fang Chen was extraordinary. Space-type true intent. The Five Elements Palace Master said in surprise. At this moment, the elders who came later immediately shouted, "Brat, How dare you assassinate Luo Hong? However, before they could finish speaking, the Five Elements Palace Master waved his hand to stop them. He was the first to arrive, so he naturally knew what had happened. The murderer was not Fang Chen. The murderer is someone else, the Five Elements Palace Master said. The Five Elements Palace Master's words were very authoritative. Hearing this, the elders did not say anything else. Luo Hong, what happened? The Five Elements Palace Master's gaze moved away from Fang Chen and looked at Luo Hong. Luo Hong's body was in a sorry state. He gently patted the dust off his clothes and said, "Palace Master, someone wanted to assassinate me. Fortunately, Brother Fang helped to block it. Otherwise, I would have been dead." Luo Hong was not exaggerating. The murderer was too strong. Although he had not reached the mysterious king realm, he was considered a top expert in the true martial realm. With just one blow, he sent Luo Hong flying. Luo Hong's cultivation was at LV6 true martial realm. Even if he faced a LV7 true martial realm martial artist, Luo Hong could still fight. However, this person sent Luo Hong flying in one blow. It was enough to show how strong he was. How is this possible? When the elders heard this, they could not believe their ears. In their opinion, Fang Chen was not as strong as Luo Hong. How could he help Luo Hong block the murderer? However, the Five Elements Palace Master believed him. This was because he had discovered Fang Chen's space-related true meaning. If my guess is correct, this young friend should possess a space-type true meaning. The Five Elements Palace Master narrowed his eyes as he looked at Fang Chen. Yes, Fang Chen said. When the elders heard this, they suddenly understood and looked at Fang Chen apologetically. Space-related true intents were the most elusive true intents. Moreover, it was the best true intent for escaping. This young man possessed a space-related true intent. Helping Luo Hong obstruct the murderer wouldn't be a problem at all. This time, it's all thanks to Brother Fang, Luo Hong said slowly. All right, the culprit has left. You should rest early too. The Five Elements Palace Master nodded and left with a few elders. Walking out of Luo Hong's courtyard, several elders asked, "Palace Master, you were the first to arrive. Do you know who the murderer is? To be able to escape under my nose without a trace, who else in the true martial realm besides the Dark Shadow Venerable?" The Five Elements Palace Master said. When the elders heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. At this moment, in the courtyard, Luo Hong cupped his hands and thanked Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, I really didn't expect you to possess a space-related true meaning." Luo Hong grinned. Fang Chen smiled faintly and didn't say anything. The Five Elements Palace Master only thought that he possessed an ordinary space-related true meaning, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, although space-related true meanings were very unique, there were many types. Only a transcendent grade true meaning could attract the attention of a mystic king realm expert. Of course, Fang Chen wouldn't expose his true meaning of the void. The next day, at noon, a piece of news suddenly spread throughout the Five Elements Palace's headquarters. The Five Elements Palace and the Divine Destruction Temple had reached an agreement. In the end, the Five Elements Palace compromised and obtained 7 of the 20 spots, while the Divine Destruction Temple monopolized the remaining 13 spots. Many of the Five Elements Palace's martial artists were discussing this matter. Of course, some of the powerful younger generation were eager to give it a try and prepare to fight for these 7 spots. Senior brother Luo Yong, our Five Elements Palace obtained a total of 7 spots. You'll definitely be able to occupy one of them. Luo Jian grinned. Luo Yong nodded indifferently. With his strength, obtaining a spot was simply like playing a game. But Luo Jian was a little hesitant. "You want me to help you fight for a spot?" Luo Yong asked. "Senior brother Luo Yong, if you can help me fight for a spot, I'm willing to do anything for you." Luo Jian's face was full of anxiety. "It's not impossible to help you fight for a spot," Luo Yong said slowly. "Do you need me to do anything?" Luo Jian asked joyfully. Luo Yong leaned close to Luo Jian's ear and said a few words. Luo Jian nodded heavily and said, "Senior brother Luo Yong, don't worry. I'll definitely help you." For the entire afternoon, Many of the Five Elements Palace's disciples were discussing who the 7 spots would belong to. Of course, many cultivators wanted to obtain a spot. After all, it was said that there were some treasures within the ruins that made people drool. This was an opportunity. At a certain moment, Luo Hong found Fang Chen. Luo Hong's face was filled with an excited smile. "Brother Luo Hong, what's the good news?" asked Fang Chen. "The good news is related to you." Luo Hong smiled. "Oh, what is it?" Fang Chen was a little surprised. "Brother Fang, you should know that my Five Elements Palace obtained 7 spots, right?" asked Luo Hong. Fang Chen nodded, indicating that he knew. Then Luo Hong continued, "Just now, the palace master summoned me and told me that he'll give you a spot to enter the secret realm with us." "What?" Fang Chen was a little stunned when he heard this. To tell the truth, Fang Chen had once been curious about the secret realm. But later, he had directly cut off that thought. The 2 sects only had 20 spots. The Five Elements Palace only had 7 spots. How could they be willing to waste a spot for him? However, after hearing Luo Hong's words, Fang Chen's heart trembled. "The palace master is willing to give me a spot?" asked Fang Chen. Luo Hong nodded. "That's right. I don't know the exact reason, but Palace Master Fang Chen said that he'll give you a spot." Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned. At the same time, Luo Jian was anxiously waiting in Luo Yong's courtyard. At this time, Luo Yong returned. "Senior apprentice brother Luo Yong, how is it?" asked Luo Jian urgently. Luo Yong nodded. "I've already helped you get a spot, but what?" Luo Jian was wild with joy, but he didn't understand why Luo Yong had such an expression. "The palace master actually gave a spot to that unfamiliar man that Luo Hong brought back," said Luo Yong. "What outsider? He actually wants to occupy a spot in my 5-element palace." Hearing that, the fury in Luo Jian's chest was released and he immediately shouted loudly. "That's the palace master's decision," said Luo Yong. "Mph, I knew that this person didn't have good intentions when he entered my 5 Elements Palace. But Luo Hong has always been protecting him." Luo Jian was furious and immediately left Luo Yong's courtyard. Not long after, Luo Jian gathered many cultivators who hadn't obtained a spot and arrived in front of Fang Chen's courtyard. "Fang, get the hell out here," shouted someone. "Fang, come out and face your death." "Fang Chen, you bastard, what right do you have to take our spots?" Outside the courtyard, many cultivators were furiously roaring. Originally, they were already unhappy that they hadn't obtained a spot. But when they heard that an outsider had obtained a precious spot, they immediately became furious and came looking for trouble. Fang Chen, who was chatting with Luo Hong in the courtyard, suddenly heard some cursing and frowned. "I'll go out and take care of it," said Luo Hong. "I'll also go with you," said Fang Chen. The door creaked open and Fang Chen walked out with Luo Hong. "Everyone, it was the palace master's decision that Brother Fang obtained a spot. You can all return," said Luo Hong directly. "Why? If you don't give us a satisfactory answer, we won't leave," roared someone from the crowd. "That's right. An outsider can obtain a spot, but we 5 Elements Palace disciples can't." Chapter 858. The 5 Elements Palace was a large sect comparable to the Shura Sword sect and had many disciples. Although Luo Hong was the direct disciple of the palace master, many disciples were furious and did not give him any face. "Fang Chen, get out of the 5 Elements Palace." "Yes, get out." Many martial artists roared. Fang Chen's face was gloomy and he did not say anything. Luo Hong was unhappy and said coldly, "I'll say it again. This is the palace master's decision. If anyone has any doubts, go find the palace master." Luo Hong used the palace master to suppress these disciples, but it did not work. "Everyone, let's attack together and kick this bastard out of the 5 Elements Palace." A voice came from the crowd. Immediately, everyone released their powerful auras and prepared to attack. Luo Hong was furious and a terrifying aura shot out from his eyes. He took a step forward and a vast aura emerged and confronted the crowd. "Senior brother Luo Hong, we don't want to attack you. Please move aside." "Senior brother Luo Hong, is this outsider more important than us?" Enough. At this moment, a heavy voice came from afar. Hearing this voice, the angry crowd quieted down and withdrew their auras. I decided to give Fang Chen a spot. Everyone, disperse. The Five Elements Palace Master's voice came. His tone was very strong and he did not explain anything to the crowd. He just told them to disperse. Everyone looked at each other and they were helpless. In the end, they glared at Fang Chen and turned to leave. The Five Elements Palace Master was an overlord in the Five Elements Palace. Under normal circumstances, no disciple dared to go against the Palace Master's words. In the blink of an eye, the crowd dispersed. Luo Hong looked at Fang Chen apologetically and said, "Brother Fang, I'm sorry." Fang Chen spread his hands, indicating that it was fine. "You too, come to my place." The Five Elements Palace Master's voice came into their minds. Fang Chen and Luo Hong looked at each other and then went to the Five Elements Palace Master's study. They pushed the door open and entered the study. The study was very spacious, but it was empty inside. Other than a wooden table, there was only a row of bookshelves. Fang Chen glanced at the books on the shelves. They were all about the history of the Sword Burial Prefecture. At the entrance, there were 2 grey-potted plants. The entire study was very simple and unadorned. It was obvious that the Five Elements Palace Master liked a single style. The Five Elements Palace Master sat in his armchair and smiled as he looked at Fang Chen. This was Fang Chen's second time meeting the Five Elements Palace Master. Palace Master. Fang Chen cupped his hands towards Luo Hong. "The reason I called the two of you here is to tell you about the Five Elements Mystery Realm," the Five Elements Palace Master said with a smile. If one didn't know the Five Elements Palace Master, they wouldn't be able to tell that he was the Palace Master of a large sect. According to the ranking system of the ancient Sword Continent, the Five Elements Palace could be considered a peak 7-star or even 8-star sect. Such a powerful sect could easily destroy the entire ancient Sword Continent. Actually, this mystery realm is just a small mystery realm. It was originally a nameless mystery realm. Because it was discovered outside the Five Elements Sword City, we named it the Five Elements Mystery Realm, the Five Elements Palace Master said slowly. We've also investigated it. The Five Elements Mystery Realm should have been created by a mysterious King Realm Almighty. However, the mysterious King Realm Almighty who created the Mystery Realm is very weak. The Mystery Realm is very unstable and only true martial realm warriors can enter it. Moreover, once the Five Elements Mystery Realm is opened, it will be completely destroyed in a month. Therefore, you only have 1 month, the Five Elements Palace Master said simply. Luo Hong nodded heavily. Although it was just a small mystery realm, it was better than nothing. Perhaps they could find a way to break through. Fang Chen also nodded. He had heard of the mystery realm that the Five Elements Palace Master mentioned before. Such a small mystery realm could collapse easily. Once it was opened, it could only be maintained for a short period of time before it completely collapsed. "Do you know why I gave you a spot?" The Five Elements Palace Master grinned and looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Palace Master, you must have taken a fancy to my space-type true meaning." The Five Elements Palace Master looked at him approvingly and said, "That's right. In this trip to the Mystery Realm, the Annihilation Shrine will definitely attack the disciples of the Five Elements Palace. If it's a matter between the younger generation, I'm not worried. The only thing I'm worried about is the Annihilation Shrine has colluded with other forces and sent some powerful younger generation to encircle the disciples of the Five Elements Palace," the Five Elements Palace Master said. "Palace Master, there's something I don't understand," Fang Chen asked. "Speak. Since the Annihilation Shrine can collude with other forces, why is the Five Elements Palace unwilling to look for reinforcements?" Fang Chen asked. The Five Elements Palace Master fell into silence. The atmosphere in the study instantly froze. After a long time, the Five Elements Palace Master said, "Actually, it's not that the Five Elements Palace isn't willing to look for reinforcements. Let me put it this way. The Five Elements Palace is a sect passed down by the descendants of the Five Elements Sword City's City Lord. As time passed, the Five Elements Palace began to decline. As for the Annihilation Shrine, it grew stronger and stronger. The Grand Elder of the Annihilation Shrine is a legendary figure. The other sects aren't willing to suffer a calamity, nor are they willing to participate in this matter. In the end, the other forces no longer acknowledge the Five Elements Palace. Unless the Five Elements Palace can completely seize control of the Five Elements Sword City and restore the prestige of the Five Elements Sword City, the Five Elements Palace Master said. Fang Chen could hear the bitterness in the Five Elements Palace Master's voice. The Five Elements Palace was a descendant of the Five Elements Sword City's City Lord. As for the City Lord, he was the first dean of the Five Elements Academy, as well as its founder. Speaking of which, Fang Chen and the Five Elements Palace could be considered to be of the same lineage. Are there any cultivation restrictions for entering the Five Elements Secret Realm? Asked Fang Chen. Anyone under the Profound King Realm can enter, said the Five Elements Palace Master. Fang Chen smiled bitterly when he heard this. Anyone under the Profound King Realm could enter. Didn't that mean quasi-kings could enter as well? Although Fang Chen was strong enough to be comparable to a sixth-stage true martial realm cultivator, facing a quasi-king expert, even the true meaning of void wouldn't be of any use. As if he could see through Fang Chen's thoughts, the Five Elements Palace Master said bluntly, "Don't be too pessimistic. The other forces aren't willing to participate in this mess. There's only one nearby force that's supporting the Annihilation Shrine. It's called the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. The assassin who tried to assassinate Luo Hong that day was also from this organization," said Fang Chen. The Five Elements Palace Master nodded. "That's right. That assassin is called the Dark Shadow Sovereign. He's a top assassin in the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. The assassins of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization were all in the true martial realm. After all, those who had reached the Profound King Realm were all nobles. Who would be willing to be an assassin? And this Dark Shadow Sovereign was also very strong in the Blood Moon Assassin Organization. Most of the assassins in the Blood Moon Assassin Organization are scattered in every corner of the Sword Burial Province. It's not easy to gather them. For such a small secret realm, the Blood Moon Assassin Organization won't make a big fuss. I think only a small portion of their assassins will enter," said the Five Elements Palace Master. Moreover, the Blood Moon Assassin Organization is supporting the Annihilation Shrine based on the situation there. If the Five Elements Palace can suppress the Annihilation Shrine, the Blood Moon Assassin Organization won't support the Annihilation Shrine. Fang Chen nodded. If the Blood Moon Assassin Organization only sent experts like the Dark Shadow Sovereign, then they would be courting death. Of course, the Five Elements Palace also has a trump card. The Five Elements Palace Master said. After talking with the Five Elements Palace Master for a long time, Fang Chen came out of the study late at night and returned to his residence. Only Luo Hong and the Five Elements Palace Master were left in the simple study. "Luo Hong, what do you think of this person?" asked the Five Elements Palace Master with a smile. "Master, this Fang Chen should be trustworthy," whispered Luo Hong. "Yes. If you cooperate with him in the Five Elements Secret Realm, you'll be able to escape unscathed if you encounter an 8th stage true martial realm cultivator," said the Five Elements Palace Master. "Palace Master, you're taking a big gamble," said Luo Hong. "There's no other way. My Five Elements Palace's current situation isn't optimistic. Once the Annihilation Shrine's Grand Elder comes out of seclusion, our situation will be even more dangerous." "This is an opportunity," said the Five Elements Palace Master. Chapter 859. The Five Elements Mystery Realm was a mystery realm 100 miles away from the Five Elements Sword City. It was a small mystery realm and the space was small. Moreover, it was unstable and could only be maintained for a month. On the day the Five Elements Mystery Realm opened, the Five Elements Palace Master led Fang Chen and the rest to the Five Elements Mystery Realm. It was a plain. If one did not observe it carefully, they would think that it was very peaceful. However, if one observed it carefully, they would realize that the spiritual qi had become extremely violent after entering the plane. The surrounding space was also a little unstable. With the void true intent, Fang Chen had a deep understanding of the stability of space. This was because one could only use the void true intent in a stable space and hide in the void. If the space was not stable enough, even the void true intent would not be able to hide in the void completely. Of course, It would be a different story if it was the void true intent of the 9th grade. However, it was too difficult to raise the supreme true will of the void to the 9th grade. It was comparable to the state of immortality. When the 5 Elements Palace Master and the rest arrived, the people from the God Destroyer Hall were already there. 5 Elements Palace Master, you are a little late, the leader of the God Destroyer Hall said with a laugh. You came early, but you did not enter, the 5 Elements Palace Master sneered. From their conversation, Fang Chen guessed that the other party should be the Palace Master of the God Destroyer Hall. Otherwise, he would not have dared to speak to the 5 Elements Palace Master in such a manner. Both sides had arrived. There were a total of 20 true martial realm martial artists, and the rest were the 2 big shots. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's do it, the God Destroyer Hall Master said. The 5 Elements Palace Master nodded. The 2 mysterious King Realm Almighties took a step forward and a majestic aura appeared around them. Then, the 2 of them continuously formed hand seals with their palms, causing ripples to appear in the void. In an instant, the sky above the plain was covered with dark clouds and lightning surged. Under everyone's gaze, a narrow crack appeared in the void. This was the biggest entrance that the 2 experts could open. Go in. The God Destroyer Hall Master shouted and the 13 true martial realm martial artists entered one after another. After that, the people from the 5 Elements Palace also entered. After all 20 cultivators entered, the Deity Extermination Palace Master and the 5 Element Palace Master used their full strength once again, pouring their spiritual energy into the narrow crack. The vast spiritual energy completely stabilized the entrance. Then, the 2 of them looked at each other and turned to leave. The 5 Elements Mystery Realm was just a small mystery realm. Therefore, even if the other cities knew about it, they would not be interested. The 5 Elements Palace was different from the God of Destruction Palace. In their eyes, this was not only a secret realm, but also a battlefield between 2 parties. Warriors of the real martial realm were the main forces of the 2 sect. Fang Chen and the others appeared out of thin air in the 5 Elements Arcane Realm. This is the 5 Elements Realm. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he looked around and muttered to himself. At this moment, Luo Hong spoke. It seems like the 5 Elements Mystery Realm has automatically separated our 2 factions, Luo Hong said. The 6 people from 5 Elements Palace, including Fang Chen, were all here. This was a wasteland. The spirit chi here was much denser than the outside world. Let's go. Hurry up, Fang Chen said. They only had a month's time. They had to hurry. In order to be more efficient, Luo Hong asked the others to scatter while he and Fang Chen traveled together. After seeing Fang Chen and Luo Hong leave, Luo Yong's eyes flickered, but he did not say anything. Luo Zhen's eyes were filled with coldness. He said coldly, "Senior brother Luo Yong, do you want to attack that kid?" Luo Yong shook his head. Fang Chen and Luo Hong flew quickly on the wasteland. Soon, they reached the end of the wasteland. At this moment, Fang Chen saw some corpses below. Let's go down and take a look. The 2 of them landed at the end of the wasteland and came before the corpses. At the end of the wasteland, there were some weeds. In the weeds, there were 2 corpses. It seemed that they had been there for a long time. The corpses had already rotted. Only some simple bones were left. Did a war break out here? Luo Hong asked. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. Not finding anything, the 2 of them continued forward. Along the way, the 2 of them found many rotting corpses. Following the direction of the corpses, the 2 of them unknowingly came to a canyon. Standing outside the canyon, Fang Chen and Luo Hong felt a vast aura. What a powerful aura! There must be a treasure in this canyon, Luo Hong said in a low voice. Be careful, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen's fighting strength was not as good as Luo Hong's. However, Fang Chen had the true meaning of the void. Together with Luo Hong, they were a great deterrent. The 2 of them carefully entered the canyon. At this moment, a figure could be seen rushing towards them from a short distance away. These corpses must be guarding some treasure. As long as I follow the corpses, I will be able to find the treasure, the figure said to himself. The canyon was filled with a dusky aura. Fang Chen's mid-stage green-class soul spirit was unable to detect anything more than a meter away. In other words, this dusky fog could block souls. This aura is blocking souls. Luo Hong's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly said. The void aura around Fang Chen's body surged. He was ready to use the true meaning of the void at any time. Luo Hong also took out his long sword. A vigorous aura surged. The two of them followed the corpses in the canyon and came to the end of the canyon. There was a pool here. The dusky aura was coming from the pool. Luo Hong saw the pool and cried out involuntarily. What's wrong? Fang Chen was puzzled and asked. Jade Moon Frost Pool. It's actually the Jade Moon Frost Pool, Luo Hong said in shock. Jade Moon Frost Pool. Obviously, Fang Chen did not know about the Jade Moon Frost Pool and asked directly. Brother Fang, we really found a treasure. This Jade Moon Frost Pool is a fatal attraction to true martial realm experts. Luo Hong said, the water in the Jade Moon Frost Pool is Jade Moon Frost water. If a true martial realm expert can soak in it, his strength will rapidly increase. Of course, the most shocking thing about the Jade Moon Frost Pool is that it can nurture a martial artist's Dharma idol, Luo Hong said. Fang Chen was startled and immediately stared at the Jade Moon Frost Pool. If what Luo Hong said before was not enough to shock Fang Chen, then what he said later was enough to shock Fang Chen. This Jade Moon Frost Pool could actually nurture a Dharma idol. As everyone knew, the strength of a Dharma idol would only be revealed after breaking through to the mysterious King realm. The stronger the Dharma idol, the easier it would be to break through to the mysterious King realm. And the true martial realm was the best time to nurture a Dharma idol. In the spiritual whirlpool realm, the Dharma idol had to be used for battle, so it was more troublesome to nurture it. What a great Jade Moon Frost Pool! Fang Chen could not help but laugh. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. His eyes were burning as he looked at the Jade Moon Frost Pool below and said excitedly, "It's actually the Jade Moon Frost Pool." However, he instantly noticed the two people in front of the Jade Moon Frost Pool. Luo Hong. This person recognized Luo Hong, but did not recognize Fang Chen. This Jade Moon Frost Pool is mine. Luo Hong, if you know what's good for you, leave quickly. The figure sneered. What a joke. Li Bie, you're really overbearing. Luo Hong sneered and said disdainfully. The person who came was Li Bie, one of the geniuses of the God Destruction Palace. His cultivation had reached LV6 true martial realm, but Luo Hong was not afraid at all. I wanted to give you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Li Bie said in a deep voice as the aura around him surged. Seeing this, Luo Hong glanced at Fang Chen and said, deal with him first. Fang Chen nodded and disappeared instantly. At the same time, Luo Hong executed the 5-element sword technique and attacked Li Bie. You're courting death. Seeing this, Li Bie was furious and launched a fierce attack. Bang! Li Bie blocked Luo Hong's attack, but at this moment, a blade tore through the void behind him. With a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, it slashed at Li Bie. Not good. Li Bie shouted and gave up on blocking Luo Hong. He turned around to block the blade. Bang! When the destruction of the void slash hit Li Bie, Luo Hong's longsword also pierced Li Bie's body. How is this possible? Chapter 860. Roar. Li Bie roared and unleashed his trump card. The aura around him surged and instantly forced Luo Hong to retreat. However, Luo Hong didn't look worried at all. If it was a one-on-one fight, Luo Hong couldn't guarantee that he could kill Li Bie. However, with Fang Chen's help, Li Bie would definitely die. Brother Fang. Luo Hong roared. Fang Chen instantly understood and used his true intent of void to sneak attack Li Bie from time to time, making Li Bie unable to focus on Luo Hong. Bang! Bang! Finally, after a fierce battle, Luo Hong's sword pierced through Li Bie's head, and his soul instantly shattered. Li Bie's body softly fell to the ground. Space-related true intent is too abnormal. Luo Hong was a little envious of Fang Chen's space-related true intent. However, he didn't know that Fang Chen's space-related true intent was a legendary transcendent true intent. Fang Chen's fighting strength wasn't as strong as Luo Hong's, But he used his true intent of void to harass Li Ba, while Luo Hong took the opportunity to kill. Awesome, I just came in and killed a genius from the Destruction Shrine. The Destruction Shrine would definitely feel the pinch if a genius at the 6th level of the true martial realm was killed. However, this was war, and it was very cruel. In order to survive, you had to kill your enemies. Luo Hong picked up Li Ba's interspatial ring and opened it. Brother Fang, your contribution in killing Li Ba isn't small. How about we split the things in the interspatial ring? Fang Chen nodded in agreement. There wasn't anything good in Li Ba's interspatial ring. They were all ordinary items, but Fang Chen still put them into his interspatial ring. Brother Fang, the water in the Jade Moon Wintry Pond is very cold. If you're not careful, your soul will be frozen. You have to be careful. Luo Hong reminded. I know. The two entered the Jade Moon Wintry Pond one after the other. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a chill. It's so cold. Fang Chen felt that his body was a little numb. He instantly activated his sword body to protect his body. Only then did he regain his mobility. The cold stream water surrounded Fang Chen's body. The extremely cold qi invaded Fang Chen's mind, trying to freeze Fang Chen's soul. Hiss, hiss, hissy yen. A green-grade soul spirit was actually unable to resist the extreme cold. In an instant, Fang Chen's soul was frozen. Not good. Fang Chen shouted inwardly. Immediately, he activated his sword soul. Majestic sword qi instantly bombarded the cold air. A portion of the cold qi was used to block the sword qi, which alleviated Fang Chen's crisis. As expected of the Jade Moon Wintry Pool, Fang Chen couldn't help but say. His lips were already pale. If it were anyone else, they would have already frozen to death. At this moment, the golden heart suddenly began to beat rapidly. Then, a clear stream of energy appeared and entered his mind, enveloping Fang Chen's soul. Suddenly, Fang Chen realized that this clear stream of energy had actually blocked the attack of the cold qi. Could it be that the golden heart is not afraid of the Jade Moon Wintry Pool? Fang Chen's face was filled with joy as he whispered. After discovering this, Fang Chen no longer had to worry about the cold qi invading his soul. With the protection of the golden heart, I don't have to worry about my soul being damaged. I can let the Jade Moon Wintry water temper my Dharma power. After saying this, Fang Chen released his golden giant sword Dharma power. The surrounding cold qi crazily surged into the Dharma power. Fang Chen felt his heart tremble. The Heaven Nurturing Gates Dharma power cultivation technique was instantly activated. The golden giant sword spun continuously as the cold qi entered its body, stimulating it to burst out with a bright golden light. At the same time, Luo Hong also released his Dharma power and began to nurture it. After an hour, Fang Chen felt that the cold qi on the surface of the Jade Moon Wintry Pool could no longer satisfy his needs. Then, he made a bold decision to dive into the depths of the Jade Moon Wintry Pool. Splash! When he reached a depth of 300 meters, Fang Chen stopped diving. The water pressure here was too great. Even Fang Chen's sword body found it difficult to withstand it. However, Fang Chen was still able to withstand it. The cold qi in the depths of the Jade Moon Wintry Pool was even colder. The biting cold qi was directly absorbed by the golden giant sword Dharma power, and the Dharma power was gradually transforming. On the Dharma power sword body, a bright light burst out, as if it could transform at any time. Just like this, time passed by bit by bit. After 6 hours, Luo Hong suddenly came out of the Jade Moon Wintry Pool. His body was trembling and his soul was almost frozen. His face was extremely pale. The Jade Moon Wintry Pool is too cold. I used all my means and only lasted for 6 hours. Luo Hong muttered to himself. Although 6 hours was a little short, Luo Hong had gained a lot. Where's Brother Fang? Luo Hong suddenly realized that Fang Chen was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that something happened to Brother Fang? Luo Hong was extremely anxious. Fang Chen must be in the Jade Moon Wintry Pool. However, in Luo Hong's current state, he could not dive down to find Fang Chen. He should be fine. Luo Hong muttered to himself. At this time, 300 meters below the Jade Moon Wintry Pool, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He had already adapted to the cold qi around him. The cold qi here could no longer meet the needs of the Dharma power. Continue diving. This time, he dived down to a depth of 1,000 meters. It's too cold. The temperature here is at least negative 300 degrees. Fang Chen could not help but say. On Earth, it was unbearably cold to be dozens of degrees below zero. But now, he could even withstand negative 300 degrees below zero. A martial artist is not something that can be imagined by mortals. Fang Chen continued to absorb the cold qi. The cold qi here was obviously much thicker than above. In the blink of an eye, the golden giant sword had absorbed enough cold qi. At this time, Fang Chen felt that the golden giant sword began to tremble. Is it going to break through? Fang Chen raised his head and looked at his Dharma power. He was very excited. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The cold qi around him rushed madly into the golden giant sword. Boom! With a loud noise, the golden giant sword suddenly became much bigger. It was at least 30 feet long and was suspended in the Jade Moon wintry pool. Earth-level Dharma power. Fang Chen said in surprise. His Dharma power had finally broken through to the Earth level. Fang Chen could clearly feel that his strength had increased a lot after the Dharma power breakthrough. Crash. After the Dharma power breakthrough, it immediately shrank and went into Fang Chen's body. At this time, Fang Chen felt that his cultivation was about to break through. Double happiness. His Dharma power had just broken through, and now his cultivation was about to break through. Above the Jade Moon wintry pool, Luo Hong, who was originally very anxious, felt relieved after sensing the movement in the Jade Moon wintry pool. It seems that Brother Fang has broken through, Luo Hong said. Fang Chen's breakthrough lasted for half an hour. Finally, it was completed. At this time, Fang Chen, who was 1,000 meters below the Jade Moon wintry pool, had completed his transformation. His cultivation had reached LV5 true martial realm. This Jade Moon wintry pool is really magical, Fang Chen could not help but say. There was actually such a magical wintry pool in the world. After the breakthrough, Fang Chen found that his body could no longer absorb the cold qi. It seems that I have absorbed enough, Fang Chen said to himself. He was ready to go back. However, at this time, Fang Chen found that there was a dazzling light shining from the bottom of the Jade Moon wintry pool. What is that? Fang Chen thought to himself. Could it be some kind of treasure? Fang Chen felt a strong curiosity in his heart. He wanted to go and take a look. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen urged the golden heart to cover his body and continued to dive. Below 1,000 meters, the speed of diving was very slow. The deeper he went, the lower the temperature. In the end, Fang Chen could not withstand it anymore. At 1,800 meters, Fang Chen finally could not withstand it anymore. His body was trembling and his soul was about to be frozen. However, Fang Chen also saw something shining. It was a pearl-like luminous pearl, lying quietly at the bottom of the Jade Moon wintry pool. No, I can't hold on any longer, Fang Chen said in a hoarse voice as his body trembled. Now, every step forward was extremely difficult. It was all thanks to the golden heart that he was able to dive this far. The temperature was too low, and the golden heart's heartbeat slowed down significantly. However, Fang Chen's intuition told him that this pearl should be extraordinary. The temperature here could instantly freeze an ordinary true martial realm expert, but this pearl did not have any problems. Moreover, the closer he got to the pearl, the colder it became. If it were not for the golden heart, Fang Chen's soul would have been frozen.